Good morning. The City of Boston Zoning Board of Appeal hearing for August 11th is now in session. This hearing is being conducted in accordance with the applicable provisions of the open meeting law and the executive order of Governor Baker suspending certain provisions thereof due to the ongoing public health crisis. The hearing of the board is being held remotely via the WebEx event platform. The hearing is also being live streamed. In order to ensure this hearing of the board is open to the public, members of the public may access this hearing through telephone and via video conferencing. The information for connecting to this hearing is listed on today's hearing agenda, which is posted on the public notices page of the city's website, boston.gov. Members of the public will enter the virtual hearing as attendees, which means you will not see yourself on the screen and you will be muted throughout unless administratively unmuted when asked to comment. As with our in-person meetings, comments in support will be followed by comments in opposition. The order of comments is as followed. Elected officials, representatives of elected officials, and members of the public. The number of people called upon to offer comment and the time for commenting will be limited by the chair as time constraints require. For that reason, the board prefers to hear from members of the public who are most directly impacted by the project. That is, those individuals who live closest to the project. If you wish to comment on an appeal, please click the raise your hand icon in the application via the WebEx event platform. To raise your hand, click the participant information icon. From there, find your name, and on the lower right-hand side, you should see a hand-raising icon. Click the icon, and your hand will be virtually raised. Click it again, and your hand should go down. If you are connected to the hearing by telephone, please press *3 to raise your hand. Those called upon to comment will be asked to put their name and address first, and then provide the comment. In the interest of time, and to assure that you have enough time to do so, please raise your hand as soon as Mr. Fortune reads the address into the record. These instructions will be repeated throughout the hearing. Before we begin the hearing, I'd like to have a roll call of board members. Mr. Fortune?
Present, Madam Chair.
Mr. Ehrlich?
Here.
Mr. Ruggiero? Is Mr. Ruggiero on? Mr. Kendall?
I'm here.
Mr. DeVoe?
Present, here.
Joe, are you on?
Madam Chair, I see him on there, but his mute button is currently on.
Okay. Are you sure? Can you make just sure that he's technically on board? Okay, just a reminder to everybody, this is a 6-member board, and we need, you as applicants need 5 members in support of your project for it to proceed. Okay?
Yeah, guys.
Okay, you're on. Thank you. So, Mr. Fortune?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. The first case for extension, calling BOA 699-598-289 Walk Hill Street. Madam Chair, this is due to the governor's executive order. It's technically not expired, but it has a date of 6/16/2020. And if they do get an extension, it'll be their second. Name and address for the record, please.
Yes, thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Nick Zazula, McDermott, Quilty, and Miller, 28 State Street, Suite 802 here in Boston. Here today on behalf of JBBM Realty Trust for this project in Rosendale. It is an Article 80 large project review project that was originally approved by this board in May of 2017, but to another developer. And the current owner developer obtained rights to the property and project via a foreclosure deed in September of last year. So although this would be the second extension for the project, it actually would be the first extension for this developer. And we are in the process of finalizing and actively pursuing design review with the DPDA as a proviso to the zoning approval, and also working on other final typical city agency sign-offs, which have obviously been delayed due to complications associated with the ongoing COVID-19 crisis. So we're asking for an additional extension of the zoning relief granted in order to work toward obtaining the project's building permit. So we'd ask for an additional extension until June 16, 2021. And as Mr. Secretary noted, this extension was submitted on May 4th in a timely fashion prior to the expiration of the relief.
Mr. Sizzolo, are you expecting major changes to the project that we approved?
No, we are not. At least that's not what we're being told by the developer.
Okay, thank you. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to extend.
Second is Gregory.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Sizzolo, if there are extensive changes, that should come to the board, vote as board final arbiter, please.
Understood. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Calling the next case for extension, calling BOA 713-534, 26-26A Dewey Street. Madam Chair, this expired on 12/15/2019. If they do get an extension, it'd be their first extension. Name and address for the record, please.
Thomas Rovero, 25 Surrey Road, Hingham, Massachusetts.
Mr. Rivero, did I understand correctly that this access to this appeal expired in December 2019?
It did. Boston Planning and Development had this case for 1 year, 9 months. The original staff member ended up, I guess, leaving Boston Planning and Development, and the second person assigned wanted to do drastic design revisions, changing the type of roof, etc. Revisions that would have changed drastically what was approved at ZBA. The final revisions were to recenter the bay window on the front facade.
So, hold on. So in essence, the issue that we have is that it is incumbent on the applicant to make sure that the permits are active. May I have a motion for denial, since this has passed and it's expired and it is not within the COVID timeframe?
Motion to deny.
I'll second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We would expect a reapplication.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Sorry for that.
Calling the next two cases, calling BOA 609-358, 6-8 Parsons Street. There is a companion case, BOA 609-355, 10 Parsons Street. Madam Chair, this did expire on 11/4/2018, but it's been in court litigation. So name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mark Lacasse, Lacasse Law, 75 Arlington Street, Boston, Mass. 02116. Further to Mr. Fortune's note, we actually obtained dismissal of the Superior Court action on July 23, 2018. Prior to that, the case was in legal challenge subject to a tolling of the 2-year period. So the decision did not become final until the dismissal was entered on the docket of the Superior Court on July 23rd, 2018, valid through July 23rd, 2020. This request for an extension was submitted timely on July 1.
So the question becomes, why didn't you submit it last year, rather than wait to the last minute?
Madam Chair, the project has been submitted to BPDA for design review based on the changes that occurred as a result of the litigation, a reduction in the size of the project, and those changes are still pending design review. And again, the decision is still valid also by operation of the governor's state of emergency and Chapter 53 of the Acts of 2020, which stays all pending permits during the state of emergency. So technically, the July 23, 2020 deadline is extended pending the state of emergency. So again, the July 1 request was timely submitted based on your prior practice and Chapter 53 of the Acts of 2020.
Thank you for putting that on the record. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to extend for 1 year.
Second.
For a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, calling the next extension, calling BOA 486-152, 270 Dorchester Avenue. Madam Chair, this also expired on 7/14/2020, and if they do get an extension, it'll be their second. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mark Lacasse, Lacasse Law, 75 Arlington Street, Boston, Mass., attorney for the applicant. Similar to the prior case, the extension was valid through 7/14/20 by operation of your prior decision, but was told pending the Chapter 53 of the Acts of 2020. A notice of project change was filed in 2019 by the new owner of the property, and all of those design review changes have now been approved by the BPDA, and we're actually in the final stages of submitting a full set of construction drawings to ISD for issuance of the building permit, but do need a little more time as that final piece of the process has been delayed by the pending public health emergency.
Okay, so this is a request for the second extension, right?
Yes, yes it
Okay,
is.
may I have a motion, please?
Motion for a 1-year extension.
Please put your name on the record.
Joe Ruggiero.
I
Motion
know
for,
that to be Joe, but is there a second?
Second by Mike.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Calling the next case, Board Final Arbiter, calling BOA 849-674, 266 to 266 Amory Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Attorney John Fulgini, 10 Forbes Road in Braintree.
Mr. Fulgini, is this the BHA project?
It is not, Madam Chair.
Okay, so please go ahead.
Sure. Good morning, everybody. This proposal was initially approved by the board back on October 16, 2018. The proposal was 5 units with 5 parking spaces. During the development, the conveyancing attorney, along with the assistance of the site engineer, discovered that there was a Boston water and sewer easement that ran to the right front corner of the property. The difficulty was this easement was incorrectly indexed at the Registry of Deeds, so it wasn't discovered during a title exam. It wasn't until they did a deeper dive during development they discovered it. Once they discovered it, they realized that there was a no build over this easement because Boston Water and Sewer needed access to it for maintenance purposes. So this required they move the building back 3 feet, which they have done. I provided plans that show the previous approval footprint, and that is evidenced by the dotted lines. I think it's coming up right here. And you can see the dotted lines, so you can see they shaved off the front where the easement runs through where it's triangular right there and pushed it back 3 feet. We had forwarded these plans together with an explanation to Luis Santana at ISD. He agreed that this was incurred no further violations. I've included his correspondence as part of this application.
So hold on, let me find out, Mr. Bulgini. I just want to make sure that at least the footprint of the building, has the footprint of the building moved?
So if you look at, there are two diagrams, Madam Chair, on there, and you can see they're evidenced by the footprint moved into the rear 3 feet. We had a rear yard violation.
Yeah.
Behind us, Madam Chair, is the Sam Adams Brewery. That's the rear building, so it's commercial. So we pushed back 3 feet. We had a rear yard violation. It went from 8.8 feet to 5.8 feet. And it just shaved off the front so that they could have that easement right there. So we did submit, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Hold on. Mr. Ehrlich, have you had a chance to see the plans?
No, I didn't have those plans prior, but I'm looking at it right now, what's in front of us, and it seems, I mean, if they had to move it because of the easement, I understand it, and if it's the same building that's moved 3 feet back, it seems like that's relatively de minimis.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
I make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Tyrone. Second, Tyrone.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Board.
Madam Chair, I'm going to call the 9:30, am I mute? I'm going to call the 9:30. Are there any deferrals or withdrawals for 9:30?
This is Jeff Drago. We have a request for deferral. Just want to make sure you can hear me.
The address, please?
116 Waldemar Ave in East Boston, Ward 1.
For the record, calling DOA 105-5807, 116 Waldemar Avenue. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago with Drago and Toscano with an address of 15 Broad Street. And speaking with the mayor's office on this project as well as the abutters, we are seeking a deferral to continue to work with the community on the project.
So, Mr. Drago, it looks like you're seeking to raise an existing structure. Is that a 1, 2, or 3 family?
There is a one on one side that has been condemned in an empty lot on the other. There's 2 separate lots.
Okay.
Combined 10,000 square feet.
Okay, can you have a motion, please?
Motion to defer.
Is there a second?
Second, Tyrone.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You have
The date, please.
You have a date of October 20th.
Thank you very much, Board.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals?
Madam Chair, I see some raised hands. Hold on, please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Alec Benelli from Pulcini and Norton,
What is the address, please?
6 Pearl Street in Dorchester.
For the record, calling DOA 105-7773, 6 Pearl Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Alec Benelli from Pulcini and Norton, 10 Forbes Road.
Tell us what are you requesting, a deferral or a withdrawal?
Madam Chair, I'm requesting a withdrawal at this time.
May I have a motion for denial without prejudice?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second, Joe Ruggiero.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals?
I have
Address, please.
Sorry, you're unmuted.
Can you please put the address on the record, please? There's an echo. Please get closer to either your phone or the speaker on your computer. Mr. Ambassador, can we move on to the next person and come back to that person who just tried?
Yes. The other caller has had his hand up, but he's not for this case, so.
Okay. Anybody else requesting a deferral or a withdrawal?
Madam Chair,
Yes,
we have 2 withdrawals, so I'm going to call them in for the record.
thank you.
Calling the first case for withdrawal. It's actually 2 cases. Calling BOA 1057668, 84 G Street, and there's a companion case, BOA 1057669, 84 Rear G Street. Madam Chair, we have a letter they're withdrawing, so I'll make a motion for denial without prejudice.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Chair, on the 930 is the last case, BOA 951-391 16 House Street. We have a letter from council. They are withdrawing this project, so I make a motion for denial without prejudice.
Is there a second? All those, who made the second, please?
Mark Ehrlich.
Mark, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Chair, would you like me to continue? And if that person comes up, that we can go through that project then?
Yes, please. Let's go through the G card.
Okay. Calling the next case with G card, calling BOA 1057164, 400 Huntington Avenue. This is the renovation to the Cabot Center at Northeastern University. The violations, Article 32, Section 9, G card enforcement. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Board. Corey Mills, Perkins and Will, 225 Franklin Street, Boston, Mass. 02110. As you mentioned, the 400 Huntington project is renovation to existing athletic facility and associated program spaces, as well as existing exterior upgrades to the building systems. What we're here for today.
Can you hold on? Can you hold on for a minute? Is Christian Simonella on the line?
Madam Chair, I'm present. Christian Cipollelli, Boston Groundwater Trust, and we do have the BWSC approval letter.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please?
Joe Ruggiero, motion to approve.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Mr. Fortune, do you have it in the letter in the record?
Yes, we do, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Motion carries. You're all set. Good luck.
Thank you.
Calling the next 2 cases, calling BOA 104-4505, 61 Falcon Street. There is a companion case, BOA 104-4508, 61 Falcon. This is to erect a 4-story unit residential dwelling with roof deck. The violations, Article 27T-5. This is in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 8, a multifamily dwelling use is forbidden. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 53, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 53, Section 9, the building height is excessive in feet. And Article 53, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. This is for building code.
Madam Chair, if I could, I am going to recuse myself and devote.
Ed is recusing. For the record, we now have 5 members, and the applicant needs to have all 5 members in support of this project for it to be approved. You can, at this moment in time, request an administrative deferral, and so please will the representative for this case put your name and address on the record and tell us what your desired next steps are.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard Linz, attorney for the applicant, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston. We intend to move forward with this, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Madam Chair, we need to read the building code violation to the record.
Thank you.
This is the building code 9th edition, 780 CMR, stairways, roof access. Where a stairway is provided to a roof, access to the roof shall be provided through a penthouse complying with section 1510-2. Name and address for the record, please.
Again, Madam Chair, for the record, Richard Linz, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner, on both matters. I'm not sure, this is the slide deck that we provided. I don't know if the ambassador can call up the updated plan. I'm not sure if the ambassador can hear me.
Hold on. Colette? Colette, can you pull up the slide deck that Mr. Linz must have submitted?
Hi, this seems to be the only plans I have.
Okay.
Sorry.
Madam Chair, I can probably help because I've got the drawings in front of me.
Well, let's go ahead with the building code relief as it is our our process. Mr. Lenz, please talk us through it.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. This is a proposal, as the Secretary indicated, for a 4-unit dwelling in the Eagle Hill section of East Boston. Part of that proposal involved a roof deck because this is a 4-story building. It was originally shown with a head house. Through conversations with the community, we agreed to eliminate the head house, which raised the issue of the building code violation. We've indicated to the neighborhood that if the Board of Appeal were unwilling or unable to grant relief as necessary to allow for a skylight hatch in this arrangement, then we would eliminate the roof deck entirely. So that's why the roof deck matter is before the board on a building code request.
So, so may I have a motion to deny the penthouse, please?
No, the drawings show a hatch, so it's more appropriate to.
Right. So please, may I have a motion? I'm sorry, I had a brain.
So, Mr. Linz, the drawings are fine. The elevations show the hatch. I would just recommend in the future that the rendering also show the roof deck, because it doesn't, and that sort of gives a somewhat inaccurate picture of what the building is going to look like. But the architectural drawings, the elevations are fine. It is a hatch, and I would make a motion to grant the building code relief request.
Is there a second?
I'll second. Joe.
Joe, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Lenz, can you get to the meat of the project now?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, again, members of the board. So with respect to the proposal, this is an existing vacant lot that is separately assessed, located in the Eagle Hill section of East Boston. Although this is not located in the historic overlay district, what is before the board is the result of working closely with both neighbors and abutters to bring forward a project that's reflective of the design standards typically expected in the Eagle Hill neighborhood.
Hold on a second, please. Colette, can you go through the drawings and please show us the view, the rendering from the street when you get to it, and hold it there? Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Lenz.
Sure. So this contains a total of 4 units. They are all 2-bedroom, 2-bath. 2 of the lower level units, Madam Chair, are flats, and the 2 upper levels are duplexes where you would enter on the 3rd level and have an internal stairwell for the 4th level. By way of relief, we require relief for the height of the building, which would be at 40 feet. The maximum height in the district is 35. But as you can see here in the elevation, we are providing a design that is typical and very recognized in the Eagle Hill district. One of the things that we worked closely with the neighborhood on is the issue relative to whether or not we propose parking beneath the building or parking to the rear of the building. Throughout the process, including conversations with direct abutters, they preferred one open space in the rear. We did have an option to utilize an adjoining lot for an easement to provide parking. The preference was to have open space in the rear behind the building. Secondly, with respect to the concept of putting a garage at the lower level where we would access the garage from the ground, the preference was to have the walk-up, which is visible. I apologize because I did provide a different deck for the board, as I typically do, that would include the visual for the main entranceway. But that entranceway is something that's a little bit more typical in the Eagle Hill.
Hold on, Councillor. Hold it right there, Colette. And Councillor, can you tell us how has this front view changed?
No, you're looking at it from an angle. There was a head-on view as well that would have showed it in relationship to the building immediately adjacent to the left, okay, which is a multi-story building as well, at about 36.5, 37 feet.
Okay, and so there's no basement dwelling space, right?
That is correct. This would be on grade, slab on grade, to allow for the accessibility. You can see the entranceway located on the right-hand elevation as well.
Okay, and then what are the sizes of the units?
Yeah, average size, all the units is about 1,025 square feet. They range, Madam Chair, from about 975 square feet up to about 1,060 square feet for the duplexes. Those roof decks that you do see would be exclusive to the upper level units. So the two upper level units would have access to the roof decks, and the two lower level units would share the courtyard, as this is intended for a homeownership condominium arrangement.
Thank you. How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
The drawings are fine.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support. The applicant addressed most of the concerns expressed by the abutters during the community process, and also the Office of Neighborhood Services received 20 letters of support from direct abutters and from members of the Eagle Hill community. Thank you.
Thank you. Is somebody from the councilor's office going to speak?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The councilor would also like to go on record in support of this proposal.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak either in support or in opposition?
Madam Chair, we have 12 letters of support.
Sorry?
Madam Chair, Mark Fortune here. We have 12 letters of support from the net butters.
Thank you. Anybody with raised hands, please?
Madam Chair, Secretary here, we have 4 letters of opposition.
Thank you. Anybody else on the line who may be in opposition or in support? Was there any stated reason for the opposition?
Let me check, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Caller, you're unmuted.
Please put your name and address and tell us whether you are in support or in opposition.
Hi, I believe you're unmuting me, but I am not going on the record on this project.
Okay, can you just raise your hand by pressing *3, please?
Sure.
I just got a question, Madam Chair. I'm looking at the Google Street View. There's a blue triple decker in like a parking lot. So this is going in the parking lot?
If I may, through the chair, Mr. Jarrett, the existing triple decker is a separately assessed parcel. This is its own separate parcel that's not used for parking. It does show a curb cut that has had parking on it historically, but there's no required parking associated with any properties in the area. There's an additional lot located next to that, and that was something that we explored with the owner for an easement to access parking in the rear of our property. That was something that the neighborhood specifically raised a concern over because that lot actually is rented to some neighbors in the area, and they didn't want any interference with that. So they have no issue with the no parking, provided that we didn't interfere with any arrangement.
Okay, so let's hold on. Go ahead.
Okay, I hear you. That wasn't where I was going with this. But there's like a brick painted fence. Is that all coming down? Are they doing any work to the building next door? I'm just curious because that building next door, according to the Google view, could use some real TLC, and I didn't know if that was like part of this.
It is not, Mr. Ajiro, but the wall that you do see in the Google view would be removed in favor of some front yard landscaping.
Thank you. Mr. Ambassador, any more raised hands?
None associated with this project.
Given that information,
Chair.
may I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
you asked me about the opposition. It was about parking on the height of the building.
Okay, thank you. It looks like it seems to be designed pretty much in contact. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve BPDA design review.
Is there a second? Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 102-9451, 200 Falcon Street. This is the change of occupancy from a two-family residential dwelling to a three-family residential dwelling, and also erect a third-story addition. Violations, Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 27T, East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 8, this is a three-family use, it's forbidden. Article 53, Section 8, basement units are forbidden. Article 53, Section 9, location, main entrance. Article 53, Section 9, excessive
We're having
FAR.
technical difficulties, Mr. Ambassador. I cannot hear Mr. Fortune.
Madam Chair, do you hear me now?
Yes, yes, thank you.
I will start over.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 102-9451, 200 Falcon Street. They're seeking to change the occupancy from a two-family residential dwelling to a three-family residential dwelling and erect a third-story addition. The violations, Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 27T, this is in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 8, a three-family use is forbidden. Article 53, Section 8, the basement units are forbidden. Article 53, Section 9, the location of the main entrance. Article 53, Section 9, excessive FAR. Article 53, Section 9, the number of allowed stories has been exceeded. Article 53, Section 9, insufficient side yard setback. And Article 53, Section 9, insufficient rear yard setback. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me? This is Jeff Drago.
Yes, just assume that we can hear you, Mr. Drago, and go ahead, okay?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago with an address of 15 Broad Street with Drago and Toscano. Representing Fraser Allen, who's the owner of 200 Falcon Street today, and we also have Adam Glassman as our architect. The proposal is to seek to change the occupancy of the existing two-family building and creating a garden-level third unit, also adding a third-story addition to duplex the top floor. That is an existing, this is an existing homeowner building, which gives them more room on the top. The floor plan, I'll go over in the basement, which is garden level, and I say garden level, it has 8 foot 8 inch ceiling height, full walkout in the back. It is over 60% above grade. That unit, unit 3, would have 1,052 square foot, 2 bedroom and 2 bath with a patio and rear walkout. The first floor above that is a 925 square foot, 2 bedroom, 1 bath with a rear deck. And then finally, the second floor unit, which has a lower level, that's the bi-level duplex unit, 995 square feet on the second floor. It would have 1 bed, 1 bath, living and dining. Also has a rear deck off the back. And then finally, the third floor, which is part of that unit, is 730 square foot and has an additional 2 bedrooms and 1 bath. So that unit would be a 3-bed, 2-bath homeownership unit.
Hold on, Councillor. Colette, can you please go to the floor plans for the proposed uses, please? Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor.
Sure. Just to go over the violations, Madam Chair. 1, the garden level apartment is forbidden. The 2F, this is a 2F zone, so the 3F unit would also trigger for use violation. The FAR allowed in this area is 0.8. We are proposing 1.5. The height in stories that's allowed is 2.5 stories. We're proposing 3 stories. Our rear yard, which was removed, 30 feet is required. That violation is removed. We're at 46 feet. Our side yard is pre-existing. We're not changing that, but 5 feet is required. We have 1.5 on the right and 2.36 on the left. Because we're retaining this building, we're not able to create any additional parking space or any parking for the building as well. This addition that we're adding on top, we worked closely with the community to come up with a design that's familiar in the Eagle Hills area with a mansard roof and shingle and bump out. I can now answer any questions the board may have on the project.
So let me just try and understand that basement unit, because it is triggered as basement by ISD and should by their requirements in their statement. From the street view, it looks like those are just really small windows. So is that a 2-bedroom, did you say?
Madam Chair, that is a proposed 2-bedroom, 2-bath with walkout in the rear.
Okay. And tell us about the access, the emergency access out of those bedrooms. Are you putting in window wells or anything like that?
It has a full entrance on the left-hand side of the building. It's a 6-foot passageway. It also has a full walkout rear egress. I know the architect, Adam Glassman, should be on the call. He could also attest if there are any egress windows as well. I don't know if he's on, but there is.
I guess my question is, since this is a 2-family district, is this like trying to squeeze out the last inch? Because we have seen projects in the past, which we've denied, where those 6-foot access ways just weren't enough to even move a couch in, for example.
Well, Madam Chair, even though this is a 2F district, we did include in our package surrounding photos. There is 3s, 2 houses down.
Tell us about that 6-foot passage.
So that's a complete access passageway and did not trigger any violation. It is common in the area. The building to the right of us also has a passageway like that.
But as a
this building will also be sprinkled.
But is it as a main entrance to a basement dwelling unit?
No. That I don't know, Madam Chair. The building will also be sprinklered, and every unit, also in the back, we're adding second means of egress that is not there now.
Okay.
And it is homeowner occupied.
Can I ask Mr. Ehrlich, how are the plans?
The drawings are okay. You asked a lot of the right questions. Mr. Drago, it looks to be that the mechanical room is accessed from that outside door. Is that correct?
Correct.
For the upper units. And
correct.
That's an existing condition, and it will be in the proposed condition as well. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Nina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support. During the community process, this proposal received support from the abutters and from Eagle Hill Civic Association. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The councilor would also like to go on the record in support of this proposal.
Thank you. Anybody to speak either in support or in opposition? Any raised hands?
Madam Chair, the raised hand is not associated with this case.
Okay. Given that information, may I have a motion, please?
I make a motion to approve with BPDA design review.
Second, Tyrone.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? For the record, I will put my opposition on the record. Motion carries. You're all set. Good luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 104-7753, 14B Geneva Street. This is to construct a four-family building on a vacant lot with 4 parking spaces and an enclosed garage. Violation Article 25, Section 5, Flood Hazard District. Article 27G, this is in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, additional lot area is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, lot width is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, lot frontage is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 53, Section 9, usable open space is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, front yard is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. And Article 53, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Jeff Drago from Drago and Toscano with an address of 15 Broad Street, representing Chris McHugh, the owner, and Peter Vankos here as the architect on the project. As was mentioned, this proposal is seeking to erect a 3-story residential condominium unit building with 4 condominium units and 4 interior parking spaces at the ground level. This building will also be fully sprinklered and have a handicap lift provided for all 3 of the floors. This particular lot is an empty vacant parcel along Geneva Street. Formerly it had a garage on it that was taken down. It's now vacant. The lot size is 2,352 square feet. This particular zoning district is multifamily residential in the area.
So, Councilor, stop right there. If this is a 2,352 square feet, this is an MFR, how many units would you be allowed to construct as of right?
About 2 units, Madam Chair.
Okay, so please go ahead.
And that would be based on all of the dimensional requirements, not the use, just to be clear.
Okay, go ahead.
To go over the floor plans, the ground floor would have the 4 parking spaces on it, individual storage unit, and the elevator shaft for handicap accessibility. Unit 1, as we go up to the first, on the first floor, is 1 bedroom, 1 bath, 808 square foot unit. It also houses Unit 2, which is the 2 bedroom, 1 bath, 854 square foot unit. We go up to the Unit 3 and 4 above. Unit 3 is a 1 bedroom, 1 bath at 811 square feet. And finally, Unit 4 is a 2 bedroom, 1 bath, 855 square feet. To go over the violations that were mentioned, additional lot area required per unit would be 1,000 square feet. For each additional unit, we would have 352. Our FAR allowed for the area is 1.0. We're proposing 1.68. Minimum lot width and frontage is 40. We have 29 feet, 32 inches. Open space required is 200 square feet per dwelling unit. We have 100 square feet per dwelling unit. Front yard required would be 5, we're at 0. Side yard required is 5. We have 3 feet on the right. We are on the property line on the left. Our rear yard required is 30, we're at 10. And parking would be required for 6, but we have 4. We are walking distance to the police station. This isn't a flood hazard district, but we are proposing a no unit or living space on the ground level, just mechanicals. And this isn't an iPod district as well.
Okay, so hold on a second. Colette, can you please go back and show us the street view? Not the existing street view, please? Yes, hold on right there. Okay. So were those buildings on either side, were those new construction?
Yes, when you say new, a couple years back, but yes, that street has been primarily commercial for years, and just over the last few years, it's starting to sort of come to life. It's a private way down the middle as well. My client, for the record, agreed to pave the entire street that's in pretty bad shape.
And is that why you have the B address?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and it is a separately platted lot, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Let's see. Have you, so mechanicals, if you're in a flood hazard zone, should your mechanicals be in the basement?
Yes, as long as they're above the floodplain, so we elevated everything to meet the code requirements.
Okay. Mr. Ehrlich, how are the plans?
The drawings are okay. Mr. Drago, I'm curious what the width of the parking spaces. There are no dimensions shown on the drawings.
We believe they're, you know what, Peter Vanko, I know, is on the call. If
Peter just sent something to Stephanie, Madam Chair.
Okay.
A diagram he stated in the chat. But I can unmute him if you like.
Please unmute him. Yes, thank you.
I'm just looking for the number for how many feet in width.
One second. Yeah, he's on the phone. Sorry about that.
Okay, that's okay.
Peter?
Yes, hi, Architect Peter Vanko here. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead and tell us the dimensions of the parking spaces.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ehrlich, for pointing that out. We have 2 standard Boston City standard parking spaces, 8.5 by 20. Overall in width, we're 8.5. 2 of them are the correct length, but 2 are a length that would be considered a compact space. But they are 8.5 wide, 8.5 feet wide with a 10-foot drive aisle.
So in other words, there's 2 of them 8.5 by 20 and 2 are what, 8.5 by 18?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I would, Madam Chair, I would just point out that the BPDA recommended denial based on excessive lot coverage.
Yes, I was going to get to that. You jumped me to it. Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. During the community process, this proposal received the support from Goff's Received Citizens Association. The applicant addressed most of the concerns of the abutters and agreed to continue working with the direct abutters on the left regarding the location of the side windows and to fix Geneva Street. As long as this agreement stands, the Office of Neighborhood Services support this proposal. Thank you.
Good morning.
Ricardo, are you going on the record?
Yes, I am, Madam Chair. Thank you. And members of the board, Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. I'd like to echo the comments of the Mayor's Office. The council would like to go on the record in support of this proposal on the condition that the applicant continues to work with the abutters on the left regarding the alignment of the windows, and that the applicant commits to paving Geneva Street as previously mentioned. We'd also like to ask that the alignment of the building relative to the two abutting buildings, the front setback be looked at specifically during the design review process. And just really quickly, Attorney Drago, you mentioned that the 3-foot setback is on the left. We would like to ask for confirmation on which side of the building the 3-foot setback is.
Hi, Ricardo. The 3-foot setback is on the left-hand side, just to confirm, and that was something we worked with the abutters to ensure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other raised hands, either in support or, please, may I have the BPDA on the record? Jeff, are you on?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Jeff Hampton, Senior Zoning Planner of BPDA. We did back in March recommend denial without prejudice due to excessive lot coverage.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Secretary here, we have 12 letters of support and 1 letter of opposition.
Okay. You know, I'd like to go, now that we have, so any other raised hands, either in support or in opposition?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm just going to go first to the end. Mark Stavansky.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm a local resident of East Boston and very familiar.
Hold on. Everybody who puts their name needs to put who's going to speak either in support or in opposition. Please put your name and address on the record and very briefly tell us if you're in support or opposition. Okay? Thank you.
Mark Stavansky, 9 Jeffrey Street, East Boston. I'm here to speak in support. Geneva Street is a very challenging private way. It kind of feels like the surface of the moon. And buildings like this and, you know, wonderful design that they've come up with and proposed, I fully support, and I hope you will too. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else to go on the record?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Alice Vish from 191 Porter Street in East Boston, and I'm here to speak in support of Project 14B on Geneva Street.
Thank you.
Nick?
Hi, my name is Nick Pundit, 14A Geneva Street, number 1. I'm speaking in opposition. We've had some great discussions with the owner of the property next door as well. We just have some concerns. Obviously, the small setbacks on either side of the building is concerning to us. 3 feet on the side that's on us and 0 feet on the side to the right of the building. In particular, we've got another issue with how far forward the building comes. It appears that the building is proposed to come further into the middle of the street, past the front of the 2 buildings on the left and the right of it in the picture of the plans that the board has. And Madam Chair and the board have raised great questions, and we have similar questions regarding to the density of this building and the amount of units being packed into it. Some of our neighbors in the building to the left of it, this gray building, have been trying to be a part of the community process and have attended all the meetings and have been involved, but we didn't get we got some new updated information regarding that at 4 p.m. yesterday, which is why official letters in opposition could not be submitted. So we would ask that the board reconsider and have the project owners commit to moving the building back so it's lined up properly with the adjoining buildings on the street.
Thank you. Is anybody else here? If you are, I'd like to hear from people in opposition. So any more raised hands?
Matthew Cunner. Matthew? Matthew, you're unmuted.
14A Geneva Street, Matt Cunner here.
Yes, put your name and address on the record clearly again, please. I'm a little hard of hearing.
Yes, ma'am. 14A Geneva Street, Unit 2, Matthew Cunha. I'm a direct abutter to 14A-B. I echo the same concerns as Nick just mentioned about the setbacks and the size of the building, along with the location of the windows. And if the board could review those plans, because we got the plans yesterday at 4 p.m. and they were a little unclear. If the board could just review those again, would be appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other raised hands? And if you have a raised hands to speak either in support or in opposition, please give us new information.
No further raised hands, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Given the information from the abutters, the BPDA, all in support or opposition, please may I have a motion?
Take a motion for denial without prejudice.
And who is this?
Joe Ruggiero.
Thank you. Is there a second? There is no second. Motion doesn't carry. May I have another motion?
I'll make a motion to approve with extensive BPDA design review.
And what would BPDA design review entail?
It means looking at the placement of the structure on the lot, both reducing and moving.
So,
Can we put a proviso in for, so Geneva Street's a private way. Can we put a proviso in for the street paving?
Yeah.
No, those are separate issues. So Ms. Ambassador, can you mute everybody but only leave board members to speak? Mr. Ehrlich, so your request for design review is looking at size, the lot coverage, right?
And placement on the lot.
Placement on the lot, which means side yard, setback, and modal front yard.
Modal front yard, yes.
Now, the thing that I would be concerned about with this is that it may decrease the sizes of the units, and so I just want to know that there's a level of comfort with that.
Well, the units are sufficiently above the minimum unit sizes, so there is room to reduce them.
Okay, and was there a second?
Madam Chair, Secretary, I'll second that motion.
All those in favor?
Madam Chair, if I could, before we do, I'm just curious as to why, more of a question as to why we cannot include, as part of their proposal, their agreement to pave the street.
All those side agreements we never put into the provisos because we do not have the ability for enforcement.
Okay.
And our approval should only be based on the technical merits and on the merits of the case, not what may be seen as community benefits or things like that.
Okay, understood.
Okay. So there's a motion, there's a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Who's opposed?
Joe Ruggiero.
Joe's opposed, and so am I. So the motion doesn't carry, so it's been denied. Okay?
Calling the next case. Calling BOA 104-1287, 214 Harv Street. This is the combined lots, and to create one lot containing 4,922 square feet to be known as 214 Harv Street. Erect a 4-story, 9-unit residential dwelling with off-street parking garage located under building for 9 vehicles. The parking garage will be through an easement at 216 Harv Street. The violations, Article 27T, Section 9, this is in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking design maneuverability to the parking garage is via easement with 216 Harv Street. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 53, Section 8, a multifamily dwelling is forbidden. Article 53, Section 8, accessory parking is forbidden. Article 53, Section 9, the lot area for additional dwelling units is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 53, Section 9, the building height is excessive. Article 53, Section 9, the building height number of stories is excessive. Article 53, Section 9, usable open space is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. And Article 53, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard Lins, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, the attorney for the petitioner. I believe we have clarified that we do have the decks available for this. Sure, great, thank you. If we could just zip to the next page, that would be great. So, Madam Chair, members of the board, this is the former site of two single-family dwellings. There are two lots involved in this proposal. One of the single-family dwellings has already been demolished. It was condemned by the city some time ago. The existing single-family is in deplorable condition and requires extensive rehab. The proposal would be to demolish that as well, combine it with the adjoining lot, and create a new lot just under 5,000 square feet. We would propose a 9-unit dwelling with 9 parking spaces located below. These would average about 1,000 square feet in size and would be intended for home ownership. The unit mix, Madam Chair, is 7 2-bedrooms and 2 3-bedrooms. The 2 3-bedrooms were in response to neighborhood comments about trying to create unit sizes that were a bit more geared towards families. This is a common theme we do here now. The average unit size is about 1,170 square feet for all units, with the 2 bedrooms averaging around 1,000 square feet, and the 3 bedrooms around 1,500 square feet.
Hold on, Councillor. Colette, can you please go ahead a little bit so we can have some more time to look at the layout of the units? So if you can go to the proposed layout, okay? Sorry, Councillor, go ahead.
Sure. As she's scrolling down, we'll probably start at the garage level, which I'll discuss because that is, I think, an important element based upon the process that we went through. So the next slide would be the site plan. There we go. So what we're looking at here is the lower level, which would actually be below grade for 9 parking spaces. 4 of those spaces are compact, and 5 of those spaces are full size. The full size being 8.5 by 20, with the compact being consistent with the compact guidelines. Also located down at that lower level, you do see storage area as well as facilities for trash and mechanicals. We do show a ramp down, which is the bottom of the screen, which would be to the right of the building, and that is a shared easement with the property located immediately at 216 Harp Street, and that will allow for access into the lower parking garage and lower portion of the building. I do want to point out that one of the things that we also agreed to with the abutter to the left was to provide access over our property to create an opportunity for additional off-street parking for his property, even though that's not something that would involve our particular property and he have to go through a separate process for that. But we did make that commitment through the community process. As you can see here, as you go up the building, we have a mix of the different size units. The unit sizes repeat with respect to second and third levels, with units 4, 6, 5, and 7. Unit 1 being a smaller unit, and you can see you just scroll down a little bit further on your screen. Again, the mix of layouts between 2 and 3 bedrooms spread out throughout the building. You can go to the next level. So the difference here is the upper levels actually have a terrace, because we do set the 4th level back to allow for a little bit of outdoor space for these upper levels. We agree with the neighborhood not to include a roof deck with this project, so there is no roof deck proposed. We did make that commitment as part of the community process as well. You go to the next slide. Just a section plan showing the height of the building, better detail on the next slide, please. Showing our front and rear elevation, you can see we are showing where the garage level would be as the slope of the property, you'll see in the next slide, declines from Harp Street towards the rear of the property. This is showing the right side of the building, so we do see the driveway coming down and then access into the parking area, and then the rear portion of the building as well. And then this would be the left view as well, showing an exit door for the garage level. So our rendering in context, we are showing a building that was previously approved immediately next door. That is the property at 216 Harp Street. Our design pretty much tracks the design features that we included for that project. So you have the bulk of the building consistent with the architecture that's typical in this area, as well as the 4th level being set back a bit and allowing for a little bit of outdoor space on that above that 3rd level. The next slide. And just a different view looking back down Harv Street towards the summer tunnel.
So, if I'm reading this right, this shows that you are going directly to the property line in the front yard.
Yeah, Madam Chair, that is the modal setback for that section of Harv Street. Just about all properties on that side of the street are set the zero lot line in the front.
And please remind me what the distance is between the buildings for the driveway?
So between our building and 216, I believe I have the plan here, so you don't have to scroll back. The driveway is the minimum sufficient width of 10 feet. There may be an additional 2 feet between the edge of the driveway and the building, so about 12 feet between the two buildings. And a similar setback on the left side, Madam Chair, that we'll be able to offer our neighbor access over our portion of property to give him a full driveway as well.
I don't know, whoever this architect is, thank you for your attention to details. It's quite a handsome building, quite a handsome building. Hold on, Councillor, but stay on the line. Mr. Ehrlich, how are the plans?
The drawings are adequate. As Mr. Lynn says, the garage shows the full spaces and the compact 7-foot spaces, which is in accordance with code. I guess my only question, Mr. Lynn, is that easement on the right side for the ramp driveway, is that recorded? Is that all set, or is that still in process?
We would record that in connection with the approvals in the consolidation plan, Mr. Ehrlich. Once the approvals are in place, we can go ahead and consolidate lots and then record the easement in connection with that.
Okay. Do you anticipate any issue?
Do not.
So I'm sorry, now this raises another question for me. Is your plan ultimately then to consolidate the lots at 214 Harbor and the one next to it?
When you say consolidate lots, Madam Chair,
I'm just using your words.
Yeah, there are 2 lots involved in this proposal, 210 and 214.
Okay, I was just trying to get clarification. Okay.
Yeah, we would consolidate 210 and 214 for the record. 216 would be maintained as its own lot.
Okay, that's what I need clarification on, because we just wanted to make sure that there wasn't going to be a combining of all 3 lots, which kind of worked its way around affordable housing requirements. Okay, so thank you. Any other questions from the board?
No, thank you for pointing that out, Madam Chair. I was curious as to the same.
Yeah, is anybody here to speak in support? Lena?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support. During the community process, this proposal received support from the Abares and from Maverick Central Neighborhood Association. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The councilor would also like to go on record in support of this proposal.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary here, we have 7 letters of support and 1 letter of opposition.
Thank you. I'd like to find out, is anybody on this here to speak either in support or in opposition? Just a reminder that once you speak, please press *3 or click the hand icon to take down your raised hand. Okay, let's go ahead. Anybody here to speak in support or in opposition?
In opposition.
Please put your name and address on the record.
Michael Mancusi, 193 London Street, East Boston. I am a diagonal abutter.
And tell us what your opposition is based on.
The size of the building, the height. It's pulled back in the front, but I'm looking at the building from behind because that's where my place is, diagonally. To me, it's too high. Because of that, the land goes diagonally down. It looks like I'm looking at a 5-story building. And the lot size is still too small to, it's going so far back that it loses any kind of green space that you might have, it gets excessively size of the building. A lot of the buildings are trying to go from lot to lot size, and they could be made smaller. I don't see a need for 9 units other than profit motive. Smaller size, and there's not enough parking. The street on Harvest Street is very small. It's only a 1-lane street. You may have 9 parking spots, but in general, people will be driving more than 1 car if they have families, plus if they have friends and everyone else coming in. It's very congested already. I would like to see the units made smaller or
Okay, thank you. Anybody else to speak either in support or in opposition?
Caller, you're unmuted. Caller, you're unmuted. Caller, you're unmuted.
Hi, hello, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes, please put your name and address on the record. Tell us if you're in support or in opposition, and give us new information, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Anne Marie Jane Gregorio, and I currently reside at 214 Harvard Street, and I am in agreement with this proposal. I think it's a very thoughtful and beautiful design.
Excuse me, are you the property owner?
Yes.
Okay, I hope you're in support of your project.
I don't know whether or not I speak or not. I'm so sorry.
Okay, no. So please put your hand down so we can go to the next person.
Caller, you're unmuted. Madam Chair, there's no other raised hands. Except for 1 second. Karen?
Okay. Hold on a sec. Are they asking for me? No.
Karen, your hand is raised.
Karen Foley, me?
Yes.
Are you going to speak on this project, Karen, or not?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Okay, so please, everybody, put your hands down. I see Michael Sturgeon's, and I see a couple of raised hands. Please put your hands down if you're not speaking on this project. It's very confusing to Miss Ambassador.
Madam Chair, no further raised hands.
The raised hands. Given that information, may I have a motion, please?
Actually, I'll make a motion to approve pending BPDA review.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Jeff, please, if when there's design review, see what you can do about that rear view, because a butter was very, articulate in his concern about the look from the rear yard.
Yeah, I echo the chair's concerns.
Yeah. I can add that to the motion if you like, Madam Chair.
Yes, please do.
So BPDA review with special emphasis on the rear of the property as it relates to the property line and the abutters behind the property.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, all those in support? Is everybody in support?
Aye.
Okay, so we did that. Motion carries. Thank you.
Calling the next case. Calling DOA 1050444, 21 Lexington Street. This is to combine parcels and create one new at 5,075 square foot lot. Residential building with 9 units and 9 parking spaces. The violations, Article 27T, Section 9, the iPod in East Boston. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking design and maneuverability. Article 53, Section 57, conformity with an existing building alignment. Article 53, Section 8, a multifamily dwelling is forbidden. Article 53, Section 8, accessory parking is forbidden. Article 53, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 53, Section 9, the building height is excessive. Article 53, Section 9, the building height number of stories is excessive. Article 53, Section 9, the front yard is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. And Article 53, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago at Drago and Toscano with an address of 15 Broad Street, representing my client, David Gratis, and Chu is on as the architects. As you can see, just from the front rendering, our proposal is to combine two lots at both 21 and 23 Lexington Street, raise an existing 3-unit structure, combine the lots, and erect a new 9-unit residential condominium building with 9 parking spaces to go along with them at the ground floor level. This particular building, when we were designing it, fit the character of the neighborhood in historic Eagle Hill with bump outs and mansard roof. Our layout, I'll go over, is 3 units per floor. All units are 2-bedroom, 2-bath condominium units. Our basement level has an elevator room and utility room. Our first floor has 9 covered parking spaces, a lobby, a trash room, and elevator. As we go up, as was mentioned, these are 3 units per floor. They're all roughly range from 910 to 977 square foot units. And they're all laid out similarly. The roof has 3 exclusive roof decks for units 7, 8, and 9. There is 1 head house, but the rest are all accessible via hatches. And we also have an elevator shaft as part of this building. The lots combined equal 5,076 square feet. We are next to a commercial building, mixed use on the right, and several 3 families across the street in the immediate area. Just to go over the zoning violations mentioned, we are seeking a use variance. Although there are multifamily around us, it is a 2F district, so we need a use variance. FAR allowed is 0.8, we're at 1, and we're proposing 2.25. Our height of the building, and we tried to really keep that in conformity with Eagle Hill, is 40 feet 8 inches, and what's allowed is 35. It's 4 stories proposed as well, so we also have a stories violation. Front yard lines up modal with existing buildings, but that's 0 and 5 is required. And you can just see as we're going through these, all of the rear units all have balconies in the back as well. Our rear yard is 5 feet in the back, and that's why we put so many decks on here as well. 30 is required, and parking spaces required is 16. We were able to put a 1-for-1 ratio, which was very important to the Eagle Hill Civic Association when we going through this, and these are all full-size spaces as well. You can see the surrounding mixed area. One point to note, to the right of us, we were able to grant one of our abutters at 295-297 Meridian Street a legal walking easement to the back of his property. It was something that a gentleman who I know is on this call had asked for. There is a space there now, but it was never legalized. It's just an older path. We have an easement proposed, and if this was to be approved...
Counselor, can you hold on for a minute?
Sure.
Colette, can you go back to the parking layout, please?
Yes.
Counselor, please go ahead with your presentation while we look at this.
Okay. That really concluded everything, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
The layout, the parking spaces are all interior spaces.
Okay, and are they legal size spaces?
Yes, they are.
Okay, and so you have an entranceway. I'm just going to tell you just up front, because there was another case, I don't know if you were the attorney on it or not, where, oh, I know which case. It was anyway, one case that we looked at where you know, it was very clear that the street view was now becoming covered with these impermeable garage doors. And as the attorney worked with this designer, can you make sure that before anything comes to us, that issue is addressed? Because if we've kind of talked to this architect,
Sure.
to representatives everywhere, every way that he can understand that solid doors are not acceptable, that he should pay attention to that. Okay?
We sure will, Madam Chair, yes.
Thank you. How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
I have a few questions. So, Mr. Drago, you said that in response to the chair's question, you said the parking spaces were legal size. What is the size? What are the dimensions? They're not shown on the plans.
I know that Scott Trenier, he's on the call, I know, from Chew. Just attest to that.
Madam Chair?
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Okay.
To Mr. Ehrlich's question, Bob D'Amico commented on 21 Lexington. He said in his opinion, only 7 spaces would work well.
Only 7 places, and the applicant is proposing 5. Okay.
So I know, Madam Chair, we were asked to add as much parking as possible. So it might be more about maneuverability that Bob's talking about. They're all lined up on the left-hand side with our separate garage entrance.
Well, so again, what I mean, it's maneuverability and size. It also depends just on what the width is, whether you really can fit those in. So that's why I'm asking, because it doesn't show that on the prints. As long as you're waiting for the representative from Chew, my second question is, you got three roof decks and you have 2 hatches and 1 head house. Why? Especially when the head house is toward the front, meaning it's more visible.
So for building code purposes, we needed at least 1 head house. We would certainly agree to take that head house out. We just wanted to limit how many. We also have an elevator shaft as well, Mr. Ehrlich. But we do have the hatches, so we certainly would be willing to take the head house out.
Well, wait a minute. Wait. If you've got an elevator shaft, then you can't take the head house out.
Well, that was but the elevator shaft is separate.
Okay.
So the access to the roof would then essentially be by stairs and not by elevator.
Correct.
Okay, did you get an answer on the width on this parking spaces?
I don't see him here. Thought he was on, he said he was on this call.
Okay, let's in the meantime, just hold on, stay on the line and try and get a response to Mr. Ehrlich. Any other questions from the board?
What's the rear yard setback?
I'm sorry, Mr. Ehrlich, 8.5 by 18 is the sizes of the spaces.
Okay.
And rear yard setback is, from what I can tell, it's 5 feet.
Correct. So as you go down that street, the buildings are set in the back, similar on the left.
And tell us about the abutter on the rear. How far is their building from their rear property line?
So we have 2 sets of rear abutters. We have the Meridian Street side. They're about 10 feet away in the back. And then the house is directly behind us. So we have all support from every abutter has signed on.
I'm just asking you a technical question.
So 5 feet from their property line, but the houses are definitely set back another 20 feet.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board? Please stay on, but mute yourself, please. Anybody here to speak in support or in opposition? Raise your hands.
Good morning, ma'am.
Hold on, Lena. Everybody who wants to speak in support or in opposition, please raise your hands. When you're done, please put your name and address on the record. tell us if you're in support or in opposition, and give us new information. When you're done, please lower your hand, okay? Use whatever method you need, but lower your hand. Sorry, go ahead, Lena.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support. The Office of Neighborhood Services held two abutters meeting for this project. We recognize there were some concerns as opposition, and the applicant addressed most of the concerns of the abutters, and we received 10 letters of support from direct abutters and members of the Eagle Hill community. Thank you.
Thank you. Ricardo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would like to leave this proposal at the board's discretion.
Thank you. Anybody else? Any other raised hands? Anybody else to speak?
Yes. David Kotz, you're unmuted.
Hi, I'm a direct abutter at 297 Meridian Street. My name is David Kotz. So direct abutter on the right side of this proposed project. The owner, Mr. Gratis, has been very communicative and open to my concerns. So I'm in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. May I hear from Jeff Hampton, please, from the BPDA?
Yes, Madam Chair. Jeff Hampton, Senior Zoning Planner from the BPDA. We recommended denial without prejudice because of the size of the building, the number of units, seeing that it is a two-family district. And as you know, we're always on the side of the ZBA when it comes to the head house. So if it were to be removed, and Jeff, I don't know what this does. Is that going to bring you back for a building code issue?
It may, but we'd certainly be willing to do that. I know that's important.
To us, this building was just too big. It took up too much of the lot. And we also had some concerns, as did BTD, with the parking spaces.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary here, we have 10 letters of support, no opposition.
Thank you. Did you get so you have the information from Mr. Ehrlich, is that it is, the parking spaces were 8 feet, 8 inches, did you say? 8 inches.
8.5 by 18.
8 by 18, okay.
Right, 8.5 by 18.
Okay, 8.5 by 18, okay. So, given that information, may I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve with BPDA design review, saying on the setback.
Setback, the rear setback?
Yeah.
Okay. Thing about the hedges.
Well, the head would be building code relief, right? Should we make a separate motion for that? Relief.
If you need to come back for building code relief, you could.
Sure. Yeah, and the head help too, yeah.
Can everybody please mute except for board members? There is a lot of background noise. Thank you.
That's coming from someone on the board.
Okay, board members, don't do action while you're on the service, please, on this call, please. Is there a second on this?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Jeff, please, significant BPDA design review. Also that garage, please make sure that it's not that solid garage that
Yes.
the architect insists on putting on every drawing, okay?
I'll take care of it.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeff. Motion carries. They're all good luck.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
it's now almost 11:07. I'm going to call it 10 o'clock. It is being withdrawn, so I'm going to call it into the record. Calling DOA 102-4770, 130 Everett Street. We have a letter from council. They are withdrawing, but they are going to be presenting a new case at 1 o'clock on the same address. So I'll make a motion for denial without prejudice.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We're all set. Good luck.
Madam Chair, calling the next few cases into the record. Calling BOA 102-4090, 198 Maverick Street. There is a companion case, BOA 102-5916, 200 Maverick Street. The purpose for 198 is seeking to change occupancy from a 3-family residential dwelling to a 4-family residential dwelling and add a 4th-story addition. The violation is Article 27G. This is in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking loading requirement. Article 53, Section 8, a 4-family use is forbidden. Article 53, Section 9, the additional lot area is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the floor to area ratio is excessive. Article 53, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 53, Section 9, the building height is excessive in feet. Article 53, Section 9, usable open space is insufficient. And Article 53, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. This is for 200. The violation is the same. The purpose is different. This is seeking to change the occupancy from a 2-family residential dwelling to a 4-family residential dwelling and add a 4th-story addition. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago with Drago and Toscano with an address of 15 Broad Street. As was mentioned, this is a proposal at 198 and 200 Maverick Street. The building is owned by City Realty, and we have Jim Caruso and Josh Fetterman here, and the architect is Eric Zackerson. Right now, these 2 existing buildings are connected. These are companion cases for that reason. We are proposing to change the occupancy for both, going from 2 3-unit buildings at 198 and 200 to 2 4-unit buildings with a recessed 4th story. This would also allow a complete gut renovation, the entire building that is in pretty bad shape now as it stands. Both buildings would have identical 4th-story additions. At 200 and 198, there's an 8-foot pullback in the front that you can see from the rendering. There's almost a 6-foot pullback on the right-hand side at 200. This particular district is a 3F 2000, and our lot size are 1,567 square feet at 198, and at 200 it's 1,718 square feet. At 198, just to go over the floor plans, which are shown here, Unit 1 is a 2-bedroom, 1-bath with a rear deck at 770 square feet. Unit 2 is a 3-bedroom, 1-bath, also has a rear deck on it at 820 square feet. Those are existing units. Unit 3 is a 3-bedroom, existing, 1-bath, 840 square feet. And then our new unit proposed is a 2-bedroom, 1-bath with that pullback on top. At 200.
And what's the proposed square footage on that?
Sorry about that, Madam Chair. That's 870 square feet, new unit. At 200 Maverick, and there's only storage in the basement. Unit 1 on the first floor, existing 3-bed, 2-bath at 1,000 square feet. Second floor, Unit 2, 3-bed, 2-bath, also has a rear deck at 1,000 square feet. That's an existing unit. And the third floor, Unit 3, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, rear deck at 940 square feet. Those are all existing. The new unit is going to be a 1-bedroom, 1-bath with a deck with a rear deck at 700 square feet. The new deck proposed is roughly 272 square feet, and that unit also has the 8-foot front pullback and the almost 6-foot right pullback to recess that top floor. To go over the zoning violations, this is a 3F district and we're proposing 4 units, so we would have a use violation. We would be required to have 1,000 square feet for the additional unit. We do not have that. Our FAR is a pre-existing violation. 1 is allowed. We're at 2.07. The building height for the area is 3 stories, 35 feet. We're proposing 4 stories at 45 feet. Our rear yard is pre-existing. Since we're not moving the building, it would stay the same at 8 feet, 5 inches. 30 is required. And our open space required is 300 per dwelling unit. We have 390 for one building. And we are not able to create parking, but we are 5 minutes from the T station. Less than that. In our other building, it's very similar. Use 3 to 4 at 200. The 1,000 square foot would be required for the additional unit. We don't have that. Our FAR proposed 2.6. That is an existing violation. We're proposing, and what's allowed is 1. The height is 4 stories, 43 feet, and 3 stories, 35 is allowed. Open space required 300 per dwelling unit. We're at 120 on that building. Rear yard, again, stays the same. It's pre-existing at 8 feet, 5 inches because we are keeping the building. And parking, there is none created. 1 for the new unit would be required.
So let me see if I get this straight. So basically, if the proposal is approved at 178 Maverick Street, you will have 10 bedrooms, and likewise at 200 Maverick Street, another 10 bedrooms.
So it's 198 and 200, and what we're adding.
198, yeah.
Right. But existing, they have 8 units now, so we'd be adding 2 additional to 198.
Yep.
And on the other building, we'd be adding, they have 9 now, we'd be adding 1 additional.
Okay, and how do these existing building, the square footages per unit, how did they reconcile with, generally the Board of Appeals request for building unit sizes?
So our new units are over the required. Existing, almost all of them are, except units 1 and 2 that are pre-existing on building 198.
Yes, because I just don't know how you get a 3-bedroom with 820. Regardless, I just put that out there. How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
Sorry, the plans are okay, technically. I have to say, they're unimaginative. It's kind of boxy. I would hope that if this were approved, that there would be some review to make it a little more interesting looking building.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Please, anybody who's here to speak, raise your hands right now, either in support or in opposition. Remember, once you're done speaking, to lower your hand using the icon, or if you're coming in, press star 3. May I hear from Lena first, and followed by Ricardo.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Lina Tamelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support. The Office of Neighborhood Services held an abutter meeting on December 17, where the applicant addressed most of the concerns of the abutters. Also, we received 7 letters of support for this proposal. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would also like to go on the record in support of this proposal.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak? Any raised hands?
Madam Chair, Secretary here. We have 10 letters of support, no letters of opposition.
Thank you.
Caller, you're unmuted. Vince, you're unmuted.
Yep. Good morning, Madam Chair. This is Vinny Palermo. I live at 113 Cottage Street, and I am in support of this project.
Thank you.
Hi, this is JP New. I'm at 147 Lexington Street, and I'm in support of this.
Thank you.
Chris, you're unmuted.
Hi, guys. Good morning. This is Chris McGee, owner of 14 Geneva Street. I am supportive of this project, and I feel it's a great fit for the neighborhood.
Thank you. Please lower your hands once you've spoken.
Caller, you're unmuted.
Hi, this is Marina Galato, longtime resident of 139 Everett Street. I'm speaking in support of the project.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, no other raised hands at this time.
Thank you. Given this information, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve with DPDA design review. I feel like we've seen some stuff.
Yes, is there a second?
Second.
All
Second.
those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Jeff? Jeff, from the BPA?
Yes.
Just to pick up on a point this morning, we've seen some pretty boxy and uninteresting designs. We'd like the BPA to fine tune them so that they are more reflective of the best of East Boston, okay?
I will.
Thank you. Our motion carries. We have the next project.
Calling BOA 105-6756, 839 Saratoga Street. This is to raise the existing building and erect a 4-story, 9-unit residential dwelling with parking for 9 vehicles and roof deck. Violations, Article 10, Section 1, off-street parking shall not be located less than 5 feet from the side lot line. Article 27T-5, this is an East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 8, a multifamily dwelling use is forbidden. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking in Loudon is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the additional lot area is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 53, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 53, Section 9, the building height is excessive in feet. Article 53, Section 9, usable open space is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the front yard is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. And Article 53, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning again, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard Lenz, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston. I'm the attorney for the petitioner, Volney Capital. On the line with me is Ricky Beliveau, as well as Eric Zackerson.
Attorney Lenz, I need to recuse myself on this project.
Please put your name. Who is this?
Joe Ruggiero.
So Joe is recusing. So just a reminder, you will need all 5 members of the board in support. You can, at this moment in time, request an administrative deferral.
Madam Chair?
Yes?
Aisha, I think, are we on 200 Maverick or 839 Saratoga?
Yeah, 839 Saratoga.
Okay,
Thank you. Counselor, I'm not sure you heard, but you need all 5 members in support. You may request an administrative deferral if you should so desire on this project.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just confirmed with my client they would like to proceed, and they'll proceed with the 5-member board.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Madam Chair, as the Secretary indicated, this involves the proposed demolition of existing 2-family dwelling on a lot that's 5,000 square feet. It is located in the Orient Heights section of East Boston. This would result in the proposed construction of a 9-unit residential structure. We are proposing 9 parking spaces, which would be 1 per unit, as this is intended for condominium home ownership. We have a mix of 2-bedroom, now studio, and a 3-bedroom with an average unit size of about 902 square feet overall. With respect to the studio units, those would be about 490 square feet with the 2 bedrooms.
I'm sorry, the studio is what, 490 square feet?
490 square feet.
Okay.
With respect to the 2 bedrooms, where average size is about, let's see, we had here, is about 982 square feet, and the 3-bedroom is about 1,250 square feet. This is located in 3F 2000 district, so the lot would be oversized for this particular area of Orient Heights. It is surrounded by a number of multifamily dwellings. There are some relatively larger multifamilies in the immediate vicinity as well. This is showing the board here, the 2-family that will be proposed to be demolished and in place of which the 9-unit would be in place of. We could scroll down a little bit further to get into the plan so we can walk that through the board. Okay, so actually go to the next plan, show the ground level. So we are showing 1 unit at the lower level that would comply with the accessibility requirements. We do show 9 spaces. 5 of those will be full-size spaces at 8.5 by 20. 4 of the spaces would be compact, which is 7 by 18, which is the requirement set forth under the Boston zoning code. We do have some lower level amenities for mechanical, and we will have the ability to provide some trash and other storage at the lower level as well. You go to the next slide.
Mr. Lind, what's the square footage again of that lower level unit?
I believe that lower level unit is one of the studios would be 490 square feet. As we move up the building, 2 of the levels would repeat. Those would be the 2nd and 3rd level plans. As you can see here, the units would be pretty consistent as you go up. We did try to provide a diverse layout here for the building to give a little bit of a diversity in style and design. Some of these units do have decks that come off of the unit, and we are proposing a roof deck as well. Go to the next slide. So our upper level units 8 and 9, these would be the units that would have access to the roof decks that we're proposing, and these are the relatively larger units. You can go to the next slide. So we do show the roof deck here. We are proposing a head house. I know we typically have a conversation about that. That was something that we did discuss specifically with the Orient Heights neighborhood. There was no specific objection. We do find that concern is met or received more likely in the Eagle Hill or Jeffreys Point neighborhood. For this particular location, the head house was not deemed objectionable, and therefore we're proposing the head house. Next slide. You can see here in the front and rear elevation where our roof deck and head house is proposed. And we do have a rendering showing the design, which is we feel has been a product of conversation with the community as to what they would like to see. There's been a few iterations of this, with the one that's before the board being what the community ultimately supported. And I am sensitive to the concern that the chair raises about the garage door, and certainly we will include and address that as part of our design review. Next slide, please. Just showing our side elevation here. And the next slide will show the other side. You can probably just jump to the rendering at this point. So in context, this is the proposed rendering. I believe Eric Zackerson is on the call if you wanted to talk a little bit about the design and the elements and the materials that we're proposing.
Councillor, just hold for a minute.
Sure.
Mr. Ehrlich, how are the plans?
Well, I have 2 comments. One is that we're sure seeing a lot of 9-unit proposals today. I guess I'm sure that has nothing to do with the fact that 10 would trigger the affordable house.
I am absolutely with you. I was doing a count of how many 9 units, and yes, I'm with you on that.
I'm sure it's Madam Chair, I'm sure it's a total coincidence that.
Yes.
Yes.
If I may, for the record, Madam Chair, just to respond to Mr. Ehrlich's comment, Volney Capital has actually in the past proposed a 9-unit project with offering of an IDP unit. This not on this particular project, but we have done that in the past. So I do recognize that concern, but I will say Volney is one of the developers I do represent who has offered an IDP unit when proposing a 9-unit building.
So, Councillor, I neglected to ask you a question. What is the required rear yard, and what is the rear yard you're proposing?
Required in the 3F 2000 district is 30 feet. We are proposing a 20-foot setback, and actually that was a modification based upon the community process. The building originally was set back a bit further, We did hear from the rear abutter on that and made a modification that ultimately was supported by the Orient Heights Neighborhood Council and had a positive abutters meeting.
And please refresh again, what are the side yard requirements and what are you proposing?
We are proposing, stand by, in the 2000 district, the side yard requirement is 2.5 feet. We are at 3 feet for the bulk of the building on both sides, and that's to allow for the unprotected openings. There are, I believe, there are decks on the right side of the building that may encroach into the side yard. However, the bulk of the building, or at least the majority of the structure, is within the setback.
Okay, thank you.
So my other comment, Madam Chair, was with respect to the head house and the roof decks. It may be that Eagle and Jeffrey don't like head houses and Orient doesn't mind, but I think Mr. Lynn knows very well how the board feels about it. So I think that that's probably a non-starter. And again, for the life of me, I cannot figure out why in the renderings, while the elevations are accurate, the renderings, you hardly ever see the roof decks. And I just think it's a little bit disingenuous to do it that way.
And Mr. Ehrlich, I know we've had this conversation previously. I've stressed to architects, and certainly Eric with context I think does a good job with these drawings. I asked that these, the head house and roof deck, if visible, to be included in a rendering like this. And I know that we've had this conversation previously. So I can let Mr. Zackerson address that if he's on the line.
Again,
yes, please stay on the line, Mr. Counselor. Everybody else mute. Any other questions, Mr. Ehrlich?
No.
Any questions from the board?
Yeah, I have to say I'm a bit concerned about the density of this building. You did mention that there's some larger multifamily buildings in the area. However, it's mostly 2s and 3s. There could be a possible 4 in there. That brick one next door might be a 4. And to no fault of your client, I believe there is a proposal next door that the board is taking up today as well for 8 units. So my concern is now we're going from 4 or 6 units to nearly 17, and there are 200 plus units being built across the street on Addison. That's a very difficult intersection right there, with a lot of people coming off of McClellan Highway and a Route 1. So I don't know if this really fits with the existing neighborhood in terms of size and density. Is your client open to a reduction in size, or are we pretty much set on 9 units?
We can, Ed, as a board, require a smaller number of units. It's not beyond our purview to do that.
I wanted to give applicants.
Yeah. And let's hold it right there. Give Counselor a chance to speak with his client. In the meantime, let's go and see who's out there in support or in opposition. May I hear, please, first from Lena and Ricardo?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support. During the community process, the applicant addressed most of the concerns of the abutters at the abutter meeting held by the Office of Neighborhood Services in January 16. Also, this proposal received support from the Orient Heights Neighborhood Council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The councilor would also like to go on the record in support of this proposal.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Any
Secretary.
raised hands in support or opposition?
Madam Chair, the Secretary here. We have 4 letters of support and 2 letters of opposition.
Okay. Mr. Secretary, can you tell us, just highlight for us what the opposition is based on?
I think Mr. DeVoe spoke it, and density is one, obviously the height of the building and congestion in the area.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak in support or in opposition? Any raised hands?
Yes, Madam Chair. Caller, you're unmuted.
Thank you. Good morning to the board. My name is Leonard Olson. I live at 97 Lexington Street, apartment 2. I'm calling in opposition to the project. First, I appreciate the board recognizing what us here in East Boston have been very aware of, that 9-unit apartments are being proposed left and right. I want to highlight by saying that this does not conform to improving the quality of life under Article 53, the East Boston Zoning Code. The size has already been mentioned, so I won't go there. But I will go into the economic displacement that these units are causing us, such as myself, who's a tenant in the neighborhood. Interestingly enough, the board opposed and denied a project presented by the same attorney and the same developer across the street from where I live, also a 9-unit complex. And I'd hope that the board would follow its own precedent here and also cease or encourage this attorney and developer to cease coming back with these same proposals in different locations. And on that note, I don't see any extreme hardship that would invoke any zoning variances on this project. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other raised hands?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Counselor, did your client have any other proposal besides the 9 units?
I'm communicating now. If I can, while I'm waiting for that response, if I could just respond briefly, one to, I think, Mr. DeVoe's points, but also Mr. Olson. Mr. Olson certainly is familiar with projects. He attends most meetings in East Boston and opposes projects that are being proposed throughout.
Honestly, Counselor, as you know, I'm not making this personal, and this should not be anything personally driven. We just need everything to be as factual and objective as possible.
Yeah. And I understand. I just want to be clear with the board that 97 Lexington Street is 2 miles from this location. It's not even a butter to the project. So I think it's just important for context for opposition that's spoken at the hearing. Secondly, with respect to Mr. DeVoe's comments, I certainly understand the concerns. I know he lives in the area, and certainly having been there for some time, I'm sure he understands the changes. Many of these issues, Madam Chair, did come up specifically at the Lorraine Heights Neighborhood Council, which I'm sure this board is aware is a very rigorous group in order to get support of a project. They actually voted to support this based on the changes that we made and the design and the features that we included, including the 9 off-street parking spaces located at the ground level. While I don't disagree that there is development in general throughout East Boston, we feel that this site can accommodate this design and this proposal. We think that we've worked closely with abutters as well as the Lorraine Heights Neighborhood Council to get their support, and we feel that the project as presented is something that, although the concern and the criticism is that we're displacing people, we're actually providing quality housing as well.
Okay, Counselor, as I look at my notes, did we talk, and Mr. Ehrlich, did you have a chance to look at those parking spaces? Are they up to any comment from Mr. D'Amico on those parking spaces?
As far as I can tell, the parking spaces are okay.
Okay, thank you.
If I could, Councilor Lins, the garage opening, as I could not really tell from the rendering, is it closer to the corner of Saratoga and Addison or further away?
He's talking. I got to talk after.
I believe the garage opening is.
And I realize it's not exactly on the corner, but
Yeah, it's. I think it's central to the building, Mr. DeVoe, but certainly I think there's the ability to adjust that if that's a concern. But yeah, I understand the question.
Yeah. I'm struggling with this because that building that is there is not of any type of significance whatsoever, and I think this will enhance the neighborhood, but I do have concerns just based on the general density, and to no fault, as I said, to no fault of your own or your clients, I know we are dealing with 8 units next door.
That's being deferred, Mr. DeVoe. We are deferring that.
Regardless, that's still a proposal.
I have to take that collectively because that's now 17 units where there's 6.
And that's what we have to be concerned about, is also, as in one of the previous cases, the high number of bedroom counts. These are all things we need to pay attention to. Counselor, if your client does not have a proposal for us, we will go ahead and make a best judgment.
Madam Chair?
Yeah, I think Madam Chair, if I may, I think to do it in a vacuum is a little difficult, so I would respectfully request if the board is inclined to grant it based upon the comments we heard for a deferral, since we can at least use that opportunity to revisit the number of units and density on this building.
Let's make a
Madam
motion
Chair.
for the.
Madam Chair.
And head house, Mr. Lynn.
So can we have a deferral for the next meeting?
Madam Chair,
I'm sorry?
may I speak, please? Secretary.
Yes, who's this?
The secretary, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, Mr. Fortune. The sound
You
is
asked me
terrible.
about Mr. D'Amico. Mr. D'Amico has made a comment on 839 Saratoga. In his opinion, only 6 spaces would work.
Okay, so I think we may have our number here. Because, units or spaces and, it looks like it's just far too dense. May I have a motion from somebody here? If 6 spaces work, maybe that's what we go with on the number of units.
I would make a motion to approve 6 units.
Please, who is making this motion?
Ed DeVoe, pending,
Thank you.
pending BPDA design review and all accompanying.
Okay, so it's approval for 6 units with design review to focus on head house, garage.
And parking, yeah, the garage. Yep.
Garage and parking and context. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second, Tyrone.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Chair, can I say something?
And who is this?
This is Jeff Hampton from the BPDA.
Thank you, Jeff. Go ahead.
So, Mr. DeVoe, you are recommending, and I'm not trying to change any motion, I just want
You
clarity.
want clarification? Yes, go ahead.
I want clarification. You made a motion for approval of 6 units. Does that include approval of 6 parking spaces?
Yes, I believe that's appropriate, yes.
And does it include approval of a head house with design review, or is there another action?
Mr. Ehrlich, what's your recommendation?
I would like to see the head house switch to a hatch.
Okay, so I would feel the same way. So the head house approved based on the head house being changed to a hatch.
Okay, and then Councilor Lins, as you know, this will probably trigger something from the building code now that there isn't going to be a head house.
And that's fine. We'll see it.
That's understandable.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just asking for clarification so that I know, so when I pass this along, that, there is no conflict on what the board is approving.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, we can address building code issues to the extent necessary.
All right, thank you.
Next case, please.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 1006938, 143 Trenton Street. This is to add a in basement level. They're adding a basement level to living space. Violation is Article 27G, it's the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 8, 4 units are forbidden. Article 53, Section 52, roof structure restrictions. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking and loading requirement. Article 53, Section 9, additional lot area is insufficient. And Article 53, Section 9, the floor to area ratio is excessive. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago with Drago and Toscano with an address of 15 Broad Street. I'm here representing Slava Nen from Labrador, and Philip Seymour is the architect for 143 Trenton. The current proposal, we are seeking to change the occupancy from an existing 3-family to a 4-family with a garden level unit. See the existing conditions, so this will also be a renovation, exterior and interior. This particular district is a 3F 2000, and our lot size is 2,500 square feet. The 3 units are existing. They're all 2-bed. We have 2-bed, 2-bath, and then the new unit proposed is also a 2-bed, 2-bath.
So Counselor, hold off. So this, is this, again, basement living or not?
So it's basement, but it's above grade, has a full walkout and 9-foot ceilings.
See, my inclination is to go with ISD's read, whether it's a basement or not. So tell us about how it's, clarify some more on how it's not a basement unit.
So it is, if you look at the sloping of the building as we get a little bit further in, you will see it has a complete walkout and is above 60% above grade. It has a full 2 means of egress, front and rear. Right now, that is just dead space in the basement and is not used. That lower level will be a 1,100, you can see it good right there, and it has decks in the back. It is a 1,170 square foot proposed 2-bed, 2-bath unit on the lower level. On the first floor is the main entrance that houses unit 2, that's existing, 870 square foot, 2-bed, 1.5 bath with a rear balcony. Unit 3 on the second floor, 970 square foot, 3-bed, 2-bath with balcony. And then unit 4, we're proposing 3-bed, it's existing 3-bed, 2-bath, 1,010 square feet. We're proposing an exclusive roof deck, only accessed by a hatch, and that deck is 185 square feet. This proposal actually originally had an addition in the back and an above unit, adding a floor.
Honestly, don't care about that.
Okay.
We just want to look at what the proposal is in front of us. It looks like the basis for this appeal is twofold. Well, it is basically the basement living space. So again, Colette, can you go to the basement plans and just show us what that looks like in further detail, or is this, Jeff, the best plan that we have?
So you can, if you go into the layouts on A-1.0 right here, that's it. Yep. You can see the layout in the basement plan and then the upper levels. I can also go over the violations, Madam Chair, if you'd like me to.
Jeff, so as we look at this basement plan and the property line, what's the distance between the building and the property line?
The property line's next to us?
Yes, because you're showing, show us what that looks like. You're showing, you're showing a side entrance, right?
So there is a side pathway, but there's a rear entrance in the front end.
So what's the dimension of that side pathway?
We have.
What's that side yard?
So 2.3 on the right, 2.3 on the left.
I'm sorry. So if it's 2 feet 3 inches, and I'm looking at the plan, what's the access to the basement?
So it's
Is it from the side pathway that's 2 feet? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's the front door. There's an access down the stairs, and then the back of the building as well has a full walk.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And where are the utilities? How are the utilities separate?
So each unit has the utilities in them. There's no common utility.
Okay, and do the windows have window wells in the bedroom?
Yes.
Or in the, okay, there's 2 means of egress. Okay. Mr. Ehrlich, how are the plans?
The plans are okay. Mr. Drago just answered the question. In those rooms that say HVAC on every floor, that's where the mechanical systems are?
Yes, Mr. Ehrlich, correct.
Okay. The plans are okay.
Any other questions from the board? Anybody who needs to make comments, please raise your hands right now. When you're done speaking, lower your hands, and if you're calling in, press *3. May I hear from Lena and then Ricardo, please?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support. The Office of Neighborhood Services held 2 abutters meetings for this project where the applicant worked close with the abutters and addressed most of the concerns. Also, this proposal received strong support from the Eagle Hill Civic Association. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would also like to go on the record in support of this proposal.
Thank you. Raise hands.
Yes, Madam Chair. Caller, you're unmuted.
Hi, how are you? My name is Boris Morkovich. I'm a resident nearby at 51 Bennington, and I just wanted to voice support for this project as well.
Thank you.
Caller, you're unmuted. Caller, you're unmuted.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Lynn Weatherup at 146 Trenton Street. I am an abutter, and I support the project at 143. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, there are no other raised hands.
Okay. Given that information, may I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, one additional question. Mr. Drago, there's a roof hatch, right, to get to the roof deck?
Yes, only a hatch, no head house.
Okay, very good.
May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve with BPDA design review.
Is there a second? Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
I just want to give everybody a heads up that after the next case, the last Ward 1 case, the board will take a 10-minute break. The board and staff who are manning this call will take a 10-minute break, okay? So let's go on to the next case, please.
Madam Chair, we're going to go to Prospect Street. Waldemar's been deferred.
Oh, yes, sorry. Yes, so after Ward 2, let's go to the next, we'll take a 10-minute break.
Calling VOA 104-8938, 11 Prospect Street. This is to confirm occupancy as a 3-family and a full gut renovation of the 3-family. The violations, Article 62, Section 25, roof structure restrictions. Article 62, Section 8, the floor to air ratio is excessive. Article 62, Section 8, the side yard is insufficient. And Article 62, Section 8, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Owen McCusker, 34 Indian Spring Road, Milton, Mass. I'm the owner of 11 Prospect Street.
So, why are you asking us to confirm this as the occupancy as a 3-family? Does the building jacket tell us something different?
No, it's an actual just existing 3-family. I don't know, was it worded wrong on the...
Are you proposing to move into the basement? Are you proposing...
We're looking to extend living space for the first floor, for the unit number 1 down to the basement.
Okay, and are you proposing a roof deck?
Yeah, we're proposing a roof deck. There is an existing head house that's already there.
Okay, so please tell us about the extension into the basement. Tell us about the floor to ceiling height, about the utilities, if they're separate, and if it's in fact a basement, or if any part of it, what percentage of it is above grade?
So it is a basement. We're adding like 600 square feet down there. there is going to be separate mechanicals to the back of the basement for each unit also. So it's the front portion of the basement that we're going to be finishing. And that will be just for unit number 1.
And what will the use be? Is that a bedroom? What is it?
So it's just like extra, a family room and then an office set off the back of it.
Okay. And tell us about that roof deck. So you claim that head house is existing. Is it legally existing or?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, it's actually legally existing head house. It's got a walkout door already attached, so it would be just like adding the roof deck to that area, you know.
And how large are each of the proposed units? And how many bedrooms?
So the existing units are all 2-bedroom units. They're all like 1,200 square feet. And then the first floor with the basement will be 1,800 square feet total. So we're adding like 600 square feet in the basement.
Okay. So why don't you stay on the line, Mr. Ehrlich? How are the plans?
The plans, I don't say this very often, they're completely inadequate. There's no floor plans for the basement. There's nothing about the basement. Colette just showed you the 4 drawings that we have, and they don't provide any information.
Sorry, I don't know if you have the correct set then. I did email the set over unless they got mixed up with a different set during the week.
Well, whatever. I don't have them, and Colette, what she's showing on the screen, there's no floor plans, and so that's problem number 1. Problem number 2, the existing head house. Why was it there? Did there used to be a roof deck?
I assume that it was just, I don't know why it was there. I mean, like the head house, all the buildings in that street have the head house, and they all have the door out, but there was no actual decks added to the roof.
So there's just an existing head house with a door to get onto the roof?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, well, Madam Chair, I don't know what to say because I would suggest a deferral because I don't see how we can make a decision without any drawings.
Yeah, let's go ahead with the deferral.
So we did attach the drawings. I know that on this page right now, it just shows the side decks that are being added to the side.
Yeah, no, it shows the roof deck, so there's nothing about the basement. There's no drawings for the basement.
Can I attach it somehow right now?
That's up to you, Madam Chair. I suppose he can send it, we can move on and then take it up later on. That's up to you.
Because I did send everything over. Quinlan Locke has requested it during the week. So
What I'm going to do is I'm going to basically take our 10-minute break now.
Okay.
In the meantime, we will ask that you do whatever you can do to make sure that you're working with ISD staff and everybody, and we'll continue this case right after the break. Okay?
Okay.
So for everybody on the line and viewing this meeting, we will re-adjourn at 12:05 sharp. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Ambassador. We understand that the plans are being uploaded for Prospect Street, and it is uploading slowly. That's the reason for the delay. Can we please go to the next case, Mr. Fortune? Anybody who's interested in Prospect Street, please stay on because we have yet to render a decision. In the meantime, while the plans are being loaded, we are going to proceed with the next case.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 1003758, 802 East 3rd Street. This is to construct a new roof deck and an existing first floor structure, a rear roof deck. The violations, Article 68, Section 29, roof structure restrictions, Article 68, Section 8, side yard is insufficient, and Article 68, Section 8, rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Adrian, you're unmuted.
Yep. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Adrian Crucell, 802 East 3rd, in support. I have my architect work with the staff at ISD.
Please, Mr. Crucell, this might be the first time that you are appearing before this board. So can you please start off by telling us what you're proposing to do? Is this a 1, 2, or 3 family dwelling? And the dimensions of that roof deck and how it's going to be accessed, please.
Yep. So it's a 3-family dwelling. The roof deck is going to be built off of the 2nd floor. I will get out to the roof deck from my back bedroom, which is a slider onto the roof deck. The deck itself is 9 by 6 by 10, which includes the fire escape, which my architect worked with ISD. Originally, the deck had been proposed all the way out onto the roof, but we reduced the size for privacy up to and including the fire escape for means of egress.
Okay. And what are you placing the deck on? Is that a garage? What is it?
That is the living room of the 1st floor.
Okay.
Which is a rubber roof, which we just redid, and part of an easement as well for our condo docs.
Okay, thank you. How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
The drawings are just kind of they're hand drawings. I couldn't even, there's maybe an architect stamp on the last one. I couldn't quite tell. It was sort of, it wasn't very clear. I mean, it's not a very complicated project. So, yeah, what is that an architect stamp down there at the bottom left?
Yes, it is. Yeah. John Carthus.
Okay. All right. Well, he's the drawings are not what we're used to seeing in terms of level of quality. But again, it's a relatively de minimis project. So, but I did see that the BPDA had an opinion on the matter.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support? Representatives from the mayor's office and the neighborhood city councilor first.
Madam Chair, the secretary here, we have 3 letters of support and 3 letters of opposition.
Thank you. Is Vice on?
Madam Chair, I am on. Haley Dillon will be speaking on this, but I don't believe that we will be in support. Thank you.
Okay, please just go ahead, Haley, regardless whether it's support or opposition.
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board. Haley Dillon, Mayor's Office, Neighborhood Services. We held 2 abutters meetings, but we will still stay in opposition. They did work with the abutters, but there was no conclusion, so we'd stay in opposition. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Madam.
Anna, you on?
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
Hi, Madam of the Chair, members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councilor Flink's office would like to go on record in opposition based on feedback from several abutters and neighbors in the area that contacted our office. They highlighted regarding noise, the proximity of the roof deck to their windows, and privacy concerns. We also heard that the City Point Neighborhood Association is in opposition to this proposal as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak? Any raised hands?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Caller, you're unmuted. Alicia Simpson?
Hi, yes. I am a butter of 802. I'm at Alicia Simpson, 800 East 3rd Street, and I had about the project, so I'm in opposition of it.
Thank you.
Caller, you're unmuted.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan for City Councilor at Large Michael Flaherty. The council would like to go on record in opposition, standing with neighbors due to the size of this project, the proximity to Windows neighbors, and the violations under Article 68. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, you're unmuted.
Hello?
Put your name and address, please, and tell us if you're in support or opposition.
This is Jim Galambos. I'm the owner of the 3rd floor unit above Adrian's. I don't understand the opposition to this. He's building.
Excuse me, all I want to hear is whether you're in support or in opposition. This is not a chance for discussion.
All right, I'm in support of it.
Thank you. Can I hear from Jeff at the BPDA?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Jeff Hampton, BPDA. We also heard concerns about the proximity of the roof deck to the existing buildings, so we recommended denial without prejudice.
Thank you. Anybody else, any other raised hands?
None.
Excuse me? This is Karen Foley from Councilor Sabi George's office.
Yeah, go ahead. Are you in support or opposition?
No, we're in opposition.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Given that information, may I have a motion, please? I'm sorry?
Motion to deny without prejudice.
And please put your name on the record, board member, so we know when we do the minutes who to put everything. Go ahead. Is there a second?
Second, Tyrone.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next case, please.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 105-8014, 6 Douglas Street. This is a change of occupancy from a 1-story garage to a 4-unit dwelling with ground story parking for 6 vehicles. Then construct 3 stories over an existing to include a 4-story addition in the front. The violations, Article 68, Section 29, reconfiguration of an existing roof profile. Article 29, Section 4, a Greenbelt Protection Overlay District applicability. This is an addition of 5,000 gross square feet. Article 68, Section 33, off-street parking, design and maneuvering. Article 68, Section 33, insufficient parking, tandem. Article 68, Section 27S-5, this is in the South Boston, renovation of 1,000 gross square feet. Article 68, Section 29, roof profile configuration. Article 68, Section 8, insufficient rear yard. Article 68, Section 8, insufficient side yard. Article 68, Section 8, insufficient usable open space per unit. Article 68, Section 8, excessive FAR. And Article 9, Section 2, the change in non-conforming use. Name and address for the record, please.
Nicholas Landry, are you on? Please put your name and address on the record.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair. It's Attorney Joe Hanley from McDermott, Quilty and Miller.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Again, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Secretary, Attorney Joe Hanley, 28 State Street in Boston, representing the appellant, Mike Norton, who is with me, and Nick Landry, who is also with us, who is the project architect. Thank you for bringing up this slide. I'll give you a quick overview of the case. The location at 6 Douglas is an existing square-shaped lot of about 2,997 square feet. It's got an existing non-conforming structure that is already occupies the setback dimensions at the site. The proposal is to expand onto the existing structure and convert it into a 4-unit townhouse residential development. There would be 6 on-site parking spaces and for the 4 units in compliance with the allotment requirements for the zoning code. The design, which you're seeing on your far right here, this is an all masonry, all brick building with a slate mansard. So it's designed to be very tasteful and contributing to the underlying zoning, which is a MFR district. So the relief that's necessary for this is the secretary read in, to change from a non-conforming to a conforming use with the existing structure. We also are in 2 overlays for the green belt. We're just outside of Columbia Road and Day Boulevard at this location. So we're the outer perimeter of the green belt, which requires consistency with context, which I think we have, as well as adequate parking. Restricted roof structure, because we were adding on to an existing structure, again, for a conforming use. And we were cited for the iPod. This case applied for relief about a month before the iPod expired. And there's reasons that we comply with that, notwithstanding the fact that it's expired. FAR required is 2. We're at 3.12. Speaking to the setbacks, front required is 5, side is 3, rear is 20. Existing structure, which we're building onto, is already non-conforming, but we are able to adhere to the 3-foot setback on the right side in compliance. Open space, 800 is required for the entire project. We have 430. As part of the community outreach process, we had a roof deck that would have brought us closer to compliance, and we eliminated that roof deck as a result of the abutter outreach. Parking, we've been cited for parking. We actually comply. 1.5 is what's required under the code, times 4 units, that's 6. We do have tandem parking. So if you look at the site plan that's there for the garage, you will see that these are 2 garages, and they are meant to support the 2 units on each side above, with 2 tandem spaces and 1 non-tandem space in each of the 2 garages. As we go up, Madam Chair, for the size of the units, this is intended to have good-sized units for folks to stay in the neighborhood long-term, and the parking is reflective of that as well. The first level units are 1-bedroom floor-throughs on each side, and they consist of approximately, well, not approximately, 1,076 square feet and 1,077 square feet. So very good, generously sized. On the upper levels, you have 2 duplexes, and they are 3-bedroom units, Madam Chair, and they're 2,014 square feet and 2,015 square feet. In the parking, you will see that the 2 tandem spaces are likely to go with the 3-bedroom units, and the single space is likely to go with the single units. Final thing I would say, we had very good community outreach on this. We have obtained the support of the neighborhood group, the Gate of Heaven Neighborhood Association, which provided you with a letter. Over 25 South Boston residents who wrote letters of support.
Counselor, thank you. I know we still rely on the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services and the local city councilor to give us that context. So.
If I could just mention one last thing, Madam Chair.
Yes.
We are aware of the BPDA.
Did you want him to continue, Madam Chair?
No, it's okay, because we will get to that, and I'm glad it's okay. In the meantime, Mr. Ehrlich, how are the plans?
On the one hand, they're pretty nice, but you've got, in the effort to secure off-street parking, which is a laudable goal, you've got basically a front facade of 34 feet of garage doors and curb cuts and only 7 feet of entry doors. So the curb cuts are massive, and I think that's problematic.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Secretary here. Bob D'Amico is speaking on this one as well. In his opinion, only 4 spaces would work well.
Okay. So any questions from the board? Other questions? Councilor Hanley, do you want to address, there's a couple of things to address. One is the fact that it feels like most of the frontage is garage doors. Second, the size of the space. And as I look at this rendering, it looks like the rear yard is also hard, and I don't know if that's true. So can you speak to whether there's access to parking or something else to the side yard? Go ahead. And Ms. Ambassador, Mr. Architect Landry needs to be unmuted.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to take the first question from Mr. Ehrlich.
Go ahead. Your name and address for the record first, please. Who is this? Go ahead, please.
Oh, sorry. This is Nick Landry, the architect. I think I just got unmuted. I'm sorry. I've been trying to get unmuted.
Okay, so please go ahead and tell us, respond to the questions.
So as far as the curb cuts in the front, one thing we could look at is reducing the size of those doors. And if we could maybe drop them each down to 12 feet or maybe 14 feet, I think we might still be able to pull off the maneuvering into those spots, into those parking spots. So I don't know if that would help the issue of the curb cut at all, to go from, like you said, 34 down to 24.
Well, if Mr. D'Amico's observation is correct, that it really only supports 4 as opposed to 6 cars. If you use the tandem ones, then you've only got that. All you would need is the curb cut for each side, which would be even smaller. But then you'd only have 4. You'd only have 4 cars available.
Why can't we use, what do you think the issue is with the extra car there on each side?
I don't know what Mr. D'Amico's views are on that.
I'll just tell you from a street perspective and a pedestrian's perspective, we honestly look to have as much, looks like the building houses have their living room windows looking onto the street at street level, and that's something to be emulated in this proposed design. Did anybody respond to the side yard, what the side yard requirement is, and what it is proposed, and if there's parking proposed in the rear yard?
So on the left side, the side that you're seeing in the rendering here, we're like 8 inches, I think, off the property line, right on top of the existing structure. Today there's a structure there that's 8 inches off of that side of the property line, goes down to the back. It's about it's a few inches off the rear property line. It turns and then it sets back 3 feet on the right hand side. So we've got a 3-foot setback on the right. We got an 8-inch setback on the left that's existing. We're just going up off it. In the rear, we've got again a couple inches in the rear that we're just going up off the existing building.
So there's nothing to say then that you couldn't use one of these garage doors as access to rear yard parking and eliminate the other garage door.
There is no, this building takes up the entire 80% of the lot. There is no rear yard to get to. That's a misunderstanding.
Okay, so you're using the entire footprint of the existing garage, which is, okay. Okay, so let's halt for a minute. Please stay on. Let's just hear if anybody is here to speak in support of this proposal. Everybody who's interested in this project, please put your hands up. Raise your hands so that we can get to you in a timely fashion. Once you've spoken, please put your hand down by using either the icon or *3 if you're in on a call. Okay, let's go. People who are in support.
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board. Haley Dillon, Mayor's Office, Neighborhood Services. We'd like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam of the Chair, members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councillor Flink's office. The councillor would like to go on record in support based on feedback from neighbors and the Gate of Heaven Neighborhood Association. They highlighted a good community process, that the project maintained the character of the neighborhood and has sufficient parking as well. We also asked the team to continue working with neighbors on quality of life issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary here. We have 4 letters of support and 11 letters of non-support.
Thank you.
This is Karen Foley, Councilor Sabi George's office, and we go on record in support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is Paul Sullivan on this call? No? Okay, let's go ahead. Any raised hands, either in support or in opposition?
Madam Chair, there are 7 raised hands.
Okay, let's go one by one. Please, everybody who's speaking, put your name and address on the record. Tell us whether you're in support or in opposition, why you're in support or opposition, and more importantly, if somebody has already mentioned the issue, please give us new information. Thank you. Let's go.
Robert, you're unmuted.
Yeah, hi, Bob Keogh, 11 Hamlin Street, Unit 1. I'm representing the 5 unit owners actually in 11 Hamlin Street. We're all in opposition to it. I can state their names: Matt and Erin Roberts, Pat and Bo Mullane, Tom O'Toole, Anthony Poole Girardi. This project is right against the back of our building. There is 0 inches between our building and their building. It would actually block the window that we do have there, and we'd be literally looking up at a 4-story wall on our back patio. And as far as community input, there has been no outreach from anybody to us or our building at all. So I'd just like to go on opposition for this project, and hopefully they'll do a project there, but maybe something of normal size, and add to the community instead of take down from the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eric, you've been unmuted.
Yeah, how you doing? My name is Eric Olson. I'm with 100 Dorchester Avenue.
I'm sorry, your address again?
150 Dorchester Avenue.
Thank you.
I am in support of this project. The reason being is the developer is a born and raised South Boston resident. He owns the commercial space in our building. He remains an active board member for over 10 years. And as far as I can see, he's developing and holding for the long-term, does quality work, and has been very community improvement driven, which is a really
Thank you.
To see.
Thank you. Go ahead. Next caller.
William, you have been unmuted.
Hi, my name is William Hare. I'm owner and occupant at 461 East 8th Street. I'm a direct abutter and strongly oppose this project. There has been no community outreach to myself and many of the other neighbors by the developer or anyone representing the developer. The reasons for our opposition, again, we're a direct abutter. If you looked at the picture on page 2 of their proposal, you'll see that we're the people where they depict a parking space next to. This property is right on that property line, and we're going to be extending 4 stories up. Our structure is at the highest grade of the street of Douglas, and our views and air and sunlight will be completely obstructed by this 4th floor. We knew something would be developed here, but we never imagined it would tower over our structure, which was constructed 2 years ago with 4 floors, and ours is only 3, as is everything else in this neighborhood. Everything is 3 stories or 2 stories, and as you see in their depiction, it does not at all represent the context of the surrounding neighborhood. So we have issues related to the density, of course. There's issues related to parking. On-street parking is very difficult, and these will result in curb cuts that will take away additional parking spaces. We had fires that ravaged several condos.
Thank you. Can I hear from the next person, please? Thank you.
Rebecca, you're unmuted.
And please, Rebecca, give us new information.
Yes, my name is Rebecca Hostetler. I am at 459 East 8th, also a direct abutter. Admittedly, I'm shocked to hear the comments on community involvement. I'm very much opposed. There's been literally no communication.
So tell us about the merits of the case.
Yes,
I'm assuming that
I'd be happy to.
But give us new information, please.
Yeah, so I honestly, I think everything has been said. I am in direct opposition. I am a direct abutter. This will be much larger than our property. The size and the scale is completely out of scope for the streets and the neighborhood. It is unsafe with the setbacks as they currently exist. And the statement that they are building on top of an existing structure is frankly ridiculous. If you look at the existing structure that's there, it's a garage.
Thank you. Go, next person, please.
Jessica, you're unmuted.
I'm Jessica Kelty at 67 Telegraph Street. Michael Norton has a long proven history of developing buildings that have added to and enhanced our neighborhood. You can clearly see his intention is to always create high-quality properties that complement and maintain the character of our community, which unfortunately nowadays not all developers share his consideration. I fully support his 6 Douglas Street project.
Thank you.
Caller, you're unmuted.
Hello, my name is Paula McCormick. I'm at 788 East Broadway. I concur with everything Jessica just said regarding Michael Norton, and I am in full support of this beautiful project.
Thank you.
Eric Parker, you're unmuted.
Yeah, hi, this is Eric Parker. I'm a direct abutter. I live at 8 Douglas Street, number 3, which is right next to this very large house that's being proposed. Currently, there is no structure next to our house, and the 3 feet that is being referred to is actually our lot. So they're proposing to build right up to the lot line, and we would like to see that set back appropriately so that there's enough distance between the houses.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Sharon, you're unmuted.
This is Karen Sumoto. Is that me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Sorry, this is Karen Sumoto. I am a direct abutter at 8 Douglas Street, number 3. I am in opposition to this. The lack of setback from our side property line, we would be to the right of that building, means that we would not actually be able to access our building for maintenance, and which would create also great concerns about fire, particularly given the fire that had been here already. It is going from a 1-story to a 4-story that completely takes over the lot. It is not at all in keeping with any aspect of the neighborhood.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Ross, you're unmuted.
Hi, Ross Atfield and Caitlin Atfield. We're owner-occupiers of 8 Douglas Street, number 2, apartment number 2. We're direct abutters to the property. We're in direct opposition, as stated prior with all the other...
I think all your neighbors have probably said what you need to say from 8, right? Thank you. Next caller, please.
Brian, you're unmuted.
Yes, this is Brian Slevin, also of 8 Douglas in Unit 1. The only clarifying point I think I have that others haven't mentioned is that additional curb cut as far as losing the number of potential spots, is that additional curb cut would remove 2 specifically spots on this street. In addition to that, we already have 2 handicap spots on the street. So just to add to the overall context of parking issues that this building may cause, I wanted to lay that out there. So thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Caller, you're unmuted.
Hi, this is Matthew Roberts from 11 Hamlin Street, Unit 2. I'm the owner. And I same as everyone else, right up against our property, 4 stories. This was going to
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Attorney Hanley wanted to make a last
Oh, yes, of course. We always do that, but I want to make sure that anybody else, please, everybody who's spoken, put your hands down, either with the icon or *3, please. The only one we need unmuted right now is Councillor Hanley. You've heard what the abutters have to say. Any clarifying comments, Councillor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so there was reference to the towering aspect and the 4 stories. This project is compliant with the zoning code's height requirement at 4 stories and 40 feet. So we do not need a height variance. I just wanted to clarify that. The other piece on the curb cuts, which I was trying to suggest in response to Mr. Ehrlich's input, is there's an existing 15-foot wide curb cut there now. Douglas Street is a one-way towards the water, towards Columbia Road. And we are eager and more than willing to work with the BPDA on their concern through design review and continued work to reduce that aspect of the curb cut as part of this scope. The fire thing I would say too is there was a concern about fire. This will of course be a fully sprinklered building as well.
Thank you. Ms. Ambassador, can you please mute Mr. Hanley?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you. So board, it sounds like it's time to make a decision. This is a request to take a small non-conforming use, which is a 1-story garage, and build 3 stories above it, basically a sidewalk from property line to property line. You've heard all the testimony either in support or in opposition. Please, may I have a motion, please?
This is Mark. I'll make a motion to deny without prejudice. I believe the lot coverage is too severe, and I think it's a nice design, and I think it needs to be downsized to deal with the lot size as well as the curb cuts and the garage doors. But I think that's why I want to deny without prejudice. I think it is a very salvageable project.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So to the applicant and to Mr. Hanley, there is obviously the applicant cares about the neighborhood, cares about the space. The design shows that thought, but the density and as you heard, the extent of the construction has perceived neighborhood impact. So good luck. We will now return to Prospect Street, 11 Prospect Street. We have the drawings have been downloaded, or uploaded, whatever it is, so that now we can have access to the full set. So let's return to BOA 10489-8. And Mr. McCosker, please, I hope you're on the line.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. So, Colette, can you go to the basement plans and show us the basement and what's proposed there? Because that seemed to be the part that we really needed to understand. Okay, thank you. Mr. Ehrlich, can you see these?
Yes, I can see it now, yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Ehrlich, can you see this?
Yes?
Yeah, yes, and I mean, now I can see what they want to do. Yeah.
Okay, can you, Colette, please scroll down just a little bit so we can see how the basement connects to the first floor unit? Okay, thank you. Does that respond to your questions, Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes, it does.
Okay, I don't remember. Did we take testimony in support or in opposition?
I don't think we did.
Okay, is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Quinlan Locke with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to go on record in support of this proposal. An abutters meeting was held back in on February 25th. It was lightly attended by neighbors. There were no major issues at that time.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on this project? Please raise your hands.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would also like to go on the record in support of this proposal.
Thank you. Any other raised hands?
Madam Chair, we have one letter of opposition. That's it.
Thank you. Ms. Ambassador, any raised hands?
None, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Given that information, may I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve. I don't think there's a need for design review.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Tyrone.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
That's great. Thanks very much.
Calling the next case. Calling DOA 102-4684, 330 East 8th Street. This is to combine parcels 1322 and 1323 and erect a new 4-story, 6-unit residential building with 5 open-car garage, front and side roof decks. The violations: Article 68, Section 8, insufficient lot size; Article 68, Section 8, insufficient additional lot area; and Article 68, Section 8, insufficient side yard setback. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is George Morency. I'm an attorney with the business address of 350 West Broadway in South Boston. I'm joined by the project architect, Timothy Johnson. Tim and I represent the developers of the property, David Murphy and James Kelleher. Very briefly, Madam Chair, I just want to alert Mr. Fortune that I will be withdrawing the next 2 cases after that, so I just want to let him know that now so that he does not need to read those into the record fully. They will be withdrawals, but...
In fact, it's this G Street, Mr. Morency?
That is correct. That is correct.
It's a motion and it's already been withdrawn.
Oh, okay, very good. Thank you. With respect to this case, then, this is a proposal for combining of 2 lots at 330 East 8th Street in South Boston, which is just down the corner from Old Harbor Street. The resulting lot would be 3,206 square feet, and the erection of a new 4-story building containing 6 dwelling units. The East 8th Street slopes down at a grade at this location. The parking would be beneath the 3 stories of dwelling units. There would be 6 parking spaces. 4 would be full size, accessed by a curb cut on East 8th Street. These would be 6 1-bedroom units. Unit 1 would be 837 square feet. Unit 2, 829 square feet. Unit 3, 837 square feet. Unit 4, 851 square feet. Unit 5, 838 square feet. Unit 6, 902 square feet. Again, all 1-bedroom units. There would be mostly inset front decks providing open space. They measure approximately 11.5 by 6 feet. Rear decks measuring approximately 5 by 10, and roof decks, 2 roof decks. The zoning violations cited are 3: insufficient lot size, insufficient additional lot area, and insufficient side yard setback. The first violation is an error. The minimum lot size here is 2,000 square feet under Article 68. This lot would be, as I say, 3,206 square feet. So that violation is erroneous. The violation for insufficient insufficient lot area for additional dwelling units is correct. Article 68 was amended on October 15th, 2019, where once there was no minimum lot size requirements for additional units. The requirement is now such that 7,000 square feet would be required for a 6-unit building such as this. Again, this is 3,206 square feet. And the third violation cited insufficient side yard setback is somewhat misleading in that 3-foot setbacks, which are required by code, are maintained in the side yards. This is a rather arcane citation.
So, hold on, Mr. Morency. So, are these then considered metro units?
No, the units, these are these are 1 bedrooms. The smallest is 829. The largest is 902 square feet. Metro.
829 to, so are these the metro sizes?
Yeah, metro is 825. So these are 1 at 829, 2 at 837, 1 at 851.
Okay, so you're like 1 square foot above the metro size. So does that mean you're not providing any common space?
Well, these aren't compact units, so it's not a compact living proposal. These are metro spaces that don't require additional building common space. That's the compact living policy. These are, as I say, 837 to 902 square foot, fairly open layout 1-bedroom units, which comply with the metro
Tell us about the roof deck.
Sure. I just didn't finish talking about the zoning though, and I would like to finish up on the insufficient side yard setback violation, which, as I said, is cited only is cited on the refusal letter, but there are 3-foot setbacks. It's cited because the ornamental cornices are projecting at the roof line, are projecting into the 3-foot setback. So, again, a fairly arcane violation. I will turn it over to Tim Johnson, the project architect, and Tim can go through any other, building program, including the decks. Tim, are you with us?
Colette, can you please go back up and show us go to the next drawing, please. Tim, put your name and address on the record and keep it to the point. It looks like access is from a hatch, and it's access. Please explain the way that roof deck works.
Yes, Madam Chair. This is Tim Johnson, architect, 599 East Broadway, Boston. Yes, we have one roof deck accessed via a rear spiral staircase, and one roof deck accessed via a head house. And if you go to the roof plan, you can see that pretty clearly.
It's Berkeley by any chance?
So you would scroll the other way, please. There we go. There we go. So you can see the north roof deck is accessed, or unit 5 is accessed by a exterior spiral stair, and unit 6 roof deck, or the south deck, is accessed via a penthouse, ma'am.
Penthouse, okay. And then, Colette, please, can you go to the parking, and let's just see what it looks like from the street view.
Right there. Oh. One more. One more down. Down, please. Right there. Yeah. There's the street view, Madam Chair, showing the main entrance, which also has a vertical wheelchair lift to make all the units above the garage handicap accessible. And our driveway is minimized at 12-foot entrance on the left, which is the lowest part of the site.
Okay, thank you. How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
It's a very dense project, and it occupies virtually the entire lot. It also has a head house, which I wish it didn't. The spiral staircase access is nice, and I would suggest that the applicant consider either another spiral staircase or a hatch for the second roof deck.
Any other questions from the board? Go ahead, Mr. Moranci or Mr. Johnson.
This is Tim Johnson. Of course, Mr. Ehrlich, we can remove that head house and put in a roof hatch with a roof door. In terms of density, we are within the building setback in the rear, which is 20 feet. Our parking does extend into the rear yard setback, but not the building.
Thank you. Please, Ms. Ambassador, can you mute everybody but the board members? Is any raised hands on this project?
No, Madam Chair.
Madam?
Anybody from the mayor's office?
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board, Haley Dillon, Mayor's Office, Neighborhood Services. Would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Thank you, Haley. Anna, are you on?
Yes, hi. Madam Chair, members of the board, Anna Calderon from Councilor Flink's office. The councilor would like to go on record in support based on positive feedback at the meeting and at the community process. We ask that the team work closely with the abutters and neighbors on any quality of life issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, someone just raised their hand. Paula, you're unmuted.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan for City Councilor Michael Flaherty. Although the council is unable to go on record in support just due to Article 68 considerations, the council would state for the record that this is a good project with a very responsive proponent.
Madam Chair, Secretary here. We have 1 letter of support and 5 letters of opposition.
Okay, may I have Jeff Hampton on the record, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jeff Hampton, VPDA. We recommend a denial without prejudice because the project's too dense. The building's just too big.
Thank you. Any other raised hands? Can we go back to Mr. Moranci and Mr. Johnson? You've heard about the opposition. Any comments?
This is Tim Johnson.
Yeah, Tim.
Go ahead, George.
Yep, sorry. With respect to density, the density here, the FAR is 2, which is zoning compliant. The building height is compliant, the setbacks are compliant, and what we're talking about here is 6 bedrooms on a lot of 3,206 square feet. So again, it's 6 units, but it's 6 one-bedroom units. So, you know, density is a factor of number of bedrooms per the site, and density is a factor of floor area ratio. Zoning suggests it simply isn't dense.
Thank you. Okay, so given all this information, and given I've pulled up the BPDA's recommendation, and the denial without prejudice is that the side yard setbacks the abutting building should be adhered to, decks be narrowed and not cantilevered over the public way, and not cantilevered over the public way. Perhaps that's a form of proviso. So may I have a motion, please?
Well, I was going to make a motion to approve with strong design review, but if the chair would like to go in that direction, I will concur. And
I think there is a possibility for approval with design review, with a concentration on the side yard setback being recognized, even though I know Mr. Moranci says that that's a 3-foot, that decks be narrowed and not cantilevered over the public way.
And the head house.
And removal of the head house. Is there a second?
Second, Tyrone.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries, so it's been approved, but those design review. Jeff, you got that? Jeff?
Yep, I got it. Multitasking, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Calling the next case. Calling BOA. Calling the next case. Calling BOA 104-0916, 25 Doris Street. This is to erect a new 4-family structure with ADA accessible unit on the ground floor to include 3 parking spots at grade. The violations, Article 65, Section 1, off-street parking requirements. Article 65, Section 41, off-street parking access and maneuvering. Article 64, Section 8, the MFR is forbidden. Article 65, Section 9, the front entrances. Article 65, Section 9, insufficient lot size. Article 65, Section 9, insufficient additional lot area per unit. Article 65, Section 9, excessive FAR. Article 65, Section 9, insufficient open space per unit. Article 65, Section 9, the maximum number of allowed stories has been exceeded. Article 65, Section 9 is dimensional regulations. And Article 65, Section 9, insufficient rear yard setback. Name and address for the record, please.
Is Mr. McLaughlin on, or his representative? Mr. Ambassador, any raised hands for this?
No raise, well, only raised hand is the person that wants to speak in opposition, Madam Chair.
Hello,
Wait, who is this?
Dan McDevitt.
Oh, so are you representing 25 Doris?
I am, thank you very much.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Attorney Daniel McDevitt, 2 Granite Avenue in Milton. Here with me is Nancy Sheehy, the owner of the property, and Brendan McLaughlin, the contractor appellant.
So please tell us what's being proposed.
At 25 Doris Street, there is an existing structure and a curb cut, and that site is used as a contractor's shop, carpentry shop. He actually owns the house next door. This particular site is 2,210 square feet. The proposal would be to keep the existing structure grade at ground level and create an ADA compliant micro unit in that space, and a 3-car garage at grade with tandem parking and 3 3-bedroom apartments above. And this is a rental property.
I'm sorry, so you're proposing a micro unit as the ADA accessible unit?
It's a 324 square feet. We actually had looked at the possibility of dividing the first unit, which is actually above the garage, into a 1-bedroom in the front and giving that space in the back to the ADA unit so that it would be ADA compliant with a 5-wide ramp up the side of the building. Into the building, it's going to lift up to a 2nd level. So it would duplex that unit. And that would then give us ADA of 850.
Okay, so let's just backtrack. So this is a 3-family triple-decker district with 3,000 square feet. So triple-decker, what could you build as of right on 2,210 square feet?
Probably nothing.
Okay, so now you're going from probably nothing or probably a single family to requesting a 4-family with, as I look at the violations, a ton of violations. And in the meantime, you want to provide an ADA unit that's that's a micro unit or accessible from the rear?
Actually, Madam Chair, the accessibility was from the side, and the idea was that because this project was a rental project, that this particular unit be used by an agency who was working with people who were transitioning from hospitals to learning how to use kitchens and bathrooms and showers and things of that nature. They had looked at similar renting a wounded warrior project, something like that.
Okay, okay, so you're proposing a new four-family structure. So you're proposing a micro unit at the ground level. What are the sizes of the other units?
The other units would be about 1,050 square feet, 1,060 square feet.
And are they, how many bedrooms, how many baths?
3 bedroom, 2 bath.
So 3 bedroom, 2 bath, you have a lot of violations. So please, can you speak through the violations?
I can. Actually, the plans examiner issued a revised refusal letter, and we do not exceed the height. This particular zone has a 40-foot height, and this building is designed at 36 feet.
But you do you exceed the number of stories?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Yes, we do.
What else has changed? Because nothing else has changed, right?
No.
You still have your insufficient rear yard? Tell us about the parking. Colette, can you go to the drawings on the parking and show us how the parking is proposed to, the layout of the proposed parking spaces?
Oh, that was it. That was the parking on the right.
And so how would it be accessed?
The parking?
Yeah, where's the driveway? If I'm looking at the house, the driveway is on the left, is that it?
Yes, the curb cut is is existing already, and there would be a 12-foot wide garage door.
Okay, any roof decks proposed?
No.
Any rear roof decks?
No.
Or any rear decks?
No.
Okay, how are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
It's too big, it's too dense, and the micro unit it does not fall within the compact living guidelines, so I don't think there's justification for it.
Okay, any questions from the board? Yeah, is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, Secretary Bob D'Amico has also spoke on this one. Bob is, in his opinion, only 4 spaces would work.
Thank you. In the meantime, is anybody here? Can I hear from Haley and from Anna? Anna?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Patrick Fandel, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We'd like to go on record. No, we'd like to go on record in support of this proposal. It did go through a pretty robust community process, including an on-site abutters meeting on February 24th of this year. The applicant also met with surrounding abutters informally several times on site at the request of some of the neighbors, and they also met numerous times with the Columbia Savin Hill Civic Association, including their planning meeting where they were approved and supported by the association. If this is approved by the board, we would just recommend continued BPDA design review going forward.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak on Doris Street?
Yes, there's 2 scenes.
Thank you.
Hi. Good afternoon. This is Karen Foley from Councilor Sabi George's office. Would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Joe?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Joe McEachran, City Councilor, Baker's office, like to go on record in support.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the Secretary here, we have 15 letters of support, but we also have 36 letters of opposition.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, one more raised hand in opposition.
Thank you.
Amber?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, board members. My name is Sandra Correa. I reside at 1087 Dorchester Avenue. We are direct abutters of the lot at 25 Dora Street. My family and myself have lived here for 27 years. The neighbors opposed this project. There was not sufficient community engagement in this process, and there's really no reason to grant any relief on this lot. This lot is flat with a slight incline. It doesn't have a unique shape. It doesn't have an unusual dimension. So there's really no issue with this lot other than the fact that this building doesn't belong there. It is too much.
Thank you. Any comment back from the applicant?
I would just say, Your Honor, that having heard from the mayor's office and two councilors' offices and a favorable vote by Columbia Savin Hill Civic, that there has been substantial engagement and that the Civic Association Planning Committee also reviewed this and was in favor of it.
I understand, and of course, we always need to balance it with the direct abutters and the effect on them, our general sense. Okay, so given that information, can Ms. Ambassador, can you mute everybody so just the board is active? Ms. Ambassador, can you mute everybody?
Yes, ma'am.
But the board. Okay, may I have a motion from the board? Because we do have a woefully undersized unit, and there is, go ahead.
I'm going to make a motion to deny.
Is there a second?
Get Tyrone.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. It's been denied. Thank you.
Madam Chair, calling the last case for the 930 cases, case BOA 1005496, 1070 to 1078 Blue Hill Avenue. This is a change of occupancy, one large space, in place of assembly, and divide the space into 6 retail spaces. The violation is Article 60, Section 40, off-street parking loading, none is proposed, and Article 60, Section 17, insufficient open space. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Daniel Toscano from Drago and Toscano, LLP at 15 Broad Street, Boston, Mass. 02109. Thank you for having me today. As the secretary read into the record, we're requesting support to change the legal occupancy from a place of assembly, which is currently a church, to 6 commercial spaces at this location. The violations are off-street parking. You need the requirement is 1.5 parking spaces per space. Right now, the current structure occupies the entire space, so there is no existing parking as is, and there's no room to put any parking at this location. The other violation we incurred is open space. 15 square feet is required, 50 square feet is required per space. There is currently no open space at this particular location, and so it's a pre-existing condition. The existing structure takes up the entire lot, which is 4,500 square feet. It's been a church since 1974. Prior to the church, there was several commercial spaces at this location. What we like to do is renovate the location, brighten it up. It certainly can use a rehab. We like to add windows.
So can you hold on for a second?
Sure.
Please, can you go back to the drawing that shows it in context of the street so that we can get a sense of it, please? Go ahead, Counselor.
So as of right now, as I said, it's occupied by a church has been leasing the property. The property is approximately 4,500 square feet, and there's also a basement that just stores the mechanicals. So what we like to do is divide the current space to 6 spaces, which will range from 512 square feet to 714 square feet. I apologize, there's one space that's 460 square feet. We do not have any prospective tenants there, but
We met with the community, and we're looking at some professional offices at this location, or maybe some small retail. What we like to do is give this entire property a facelift. It's really an old building. There's no windows, there's no lighting. So what we like to do is make it uniform, add windows, uniform windows for each commercial space, add new lighting, new awnings. Based on the abutters meeting that I had and the community meeting that was attended by individual from my office, there is support to rehab this particular structure. It's a one-story property. We are not going up on the property at all. It's 16 feet high to the parapet. So I believe that this will be a welcome addition, and certainly it will be a valuable asset to the community to liven this particular block up. It goes from one corner to almost to the entire block. There is another commercial space to the right of us if you're looking at the property. So we have the two violations, but we are not, the one is the parking, which is no room to add any parking, and then the open space. We're not adding any open space, but we're not.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor. Has this project been to this board prior?
I am not aware that this project has been to the board prior. I represent the owner, Alex Pierpont, who should be on the call today, but I don't believe this has been before the board before.
Okay, Mr. Ehrlich, how are the plans?
The drawings are very straightforward. It's just a simple division of an existing space.
Any questions from the board?
Counselor, so I'm looking at the Google Street View here.
Can you identify yourself, please?
Yep, Ed DeVoe. Just a quick question. So I'm looking at the Google Street Map, and it does appear, I guess, just to confirm that the neighboring properties are both commercial as well. That's correct, right?
That's correct. So it's in a neighborhood shopping district, so you have commercial along Blue Hill Ave. But when you get behind Blue Hill Ave, there's a lot of residential units, and even across the street on the other side of Blue Hill Ave. And I think some of the professional offices and maybe some small retail that we're hoping to get as tenants will be a great benefit to the community.
And then just one more, just so I'm clear on it. So it looks like it's an adjoining building that has a sign that mentions the church. Is that the same? Does that go along with the property, or is there just a sign there? It looks like it's boarded up.
Yes, I believe that's the same property. The property is approximately 96 feet long. So if you're looking at the front of the property, to the right, there is an additional commercial space. There may be two of them that don't belong to this property, that are separate. This has two. It's one property that actually leases it out to two separate churches, from my understanding.
Okay, so that's separate to this project.
Okay, so let's go ahead. If anybody is here to speak in support or in opposition, please make sure you raise your hands. Ms. Correa, can you put your hand down? After you speak, please put your hand down with the icon or press *3 if you're on the phone. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Whitney Celestin with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I did host an abutters meeting on site for this project back on December 3rd, 2019. We had members of the community present. Thereafter, we hosted this same proposal at the Lucerne Garden Civic Association. Their main concern was the size of each space. They only asked that the proposal be decreased to about 4 spaces instead of 6. At this time, they want to see that side of the neighborhood get a revamp. That's definitely something they're looking forward to, and we'd like to go on the record in support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Dustin Gardner on behalf of City Councilor Andrea Campbell's office. We would also like to go on record in support.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak either in support or in opposition?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Karen Foley, Councilor Sabi George's office. Would like to go on record in support of this project. Thank you. Did you hear me?
Yeah, gotcha. Anybody else with raised hands?
Yes, Madam Chair. Claudette Wright, you are muted.
Hi, how are you?
Ms. Wright, put your name and address on the record and tell us if you're in support or opposition.
Support.
Okay, thank you. And your address?
18
Okay, anybody else with a raised hand?
No other raised hands, Madam Chair.
Okay, may I have a motion, please? I'm sorry, motion to approve a design review?
Sure, yep.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Chair, I'm going to go to the 1 o'clocks, but I'm going to call deferrals and withdrawals. We do have 3 cases for withdrawals, so I'm going to call those into the record first, and then we'll go to any other deferrals or withdrawals.
Thank you.
Calling the first withdrawal, case BOA 957-913, 140 to 148 East Berkeley Street. I'm going to make a motion. They are withdrawing. I have letter from council. They are withdrawing the project, so I make a motion for denial without prejudice.
Sarah, second.
Second, Joe
All
Ruggiero.
those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Chair, the second, I'm going to call the second case here, calling BOA 958-462, 18 Euclid Street. There is also a letter of withdrawing, looks like they're looking for a deferral for the plans examiner for the time to review the plans.
I'm sorry, so on Euclid Street, what are they requesting?
It looks like they're looking for a deferral to give the plans examiner enough time to review the revised plans.
Okay. May I have a motion for deferral?
I'll call it into the record, Madam Chair. I thought it was a withdrawal.
Sorry, yes, please go ahead.
The last case for withdrawal is BOA 105-5814, 561 to 579 Center Street. We have a letter from, they are withdrawing, so I make a motion for denial without prejudice.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Chair, at this time, are there any other deferrals or withdrawals for 1 o'clock cases?
Madam Chair, I have 2. Richard Lins.
What are the addresses? Mr. Lins, what are the addresses?
The first one is 132 Marginal Street, Mr. Secretary.
And the other?
The other is 837 Saratoga Street, both for deferral.
Okay. Calling the first case, calling BOA 104-3407, 132 Marginal Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard Lins, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner.
So you're requesting a deferral, counsel, on what grounds?
We have been in communication with the Office of Neighborhood Services. We understand that there is one remaining outstanding issue with abutters to the right of our property. We are hoping to have one further conversation, and if we can resolve it, we'll be prepared to move forward.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to defer.
Second.
A name?
Joe Ruggiero, sorry.
That's okay. A second, is there a second?
Second, Madam Secretary.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please?
You have a date of October 27th at 11:30.
Thank you.
And the other case, I'll call for the record, calling BOA 102-9221, 837 Saratoga Street. Name and address for the record, please.
And Madam Chair, members of the board, Richard Lins, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner.
And you're requesting a deferral, I assume, and for what basis again?
For good cause, based upon some conversations we had in our prior hearing today, I think it would behoove my client to go back and take a look at the proposal.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
Motion for deferral. Joe Ruggiero.
Second.
By the Secretary.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please?
You'll also have a date of October 27th at 11:30.
Thank you.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals?
Did you have another case? Did you have Euclid Street?
Madam Chair, we actually have 2 cases. One's Euclid, and I'm looking at the record also Alpine is also, the plans examiner is looking for plans.
Okay, let's get to Euclid, because they're requesting a deferral, right?
I believe so, Madam Chair. I'm not 100% sure, but that's what the document tells me on the front.
Okay, let's actually, if the applicant is not on the line and has not requested it, let's proceed. Is the representative here for Alpine Street?
Madam Chair, let me call it in for the record if we're going to go to Alpine. Calling BOA 1001052, 62 Alpine Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Hello? Hello?
Are you the applicant for Alpine?
I'm calling in. I'm not the proponent. I'm sorry. I'm having a little trouble hearing you.
She says she's calling in opposing.
Are you in opposition? We need to hear from the applicant. Is the applicant in there? Okay, let's,
Are you the applicant, Roberto?
Yes, I am. Hello, can you?
Are you the applicant for Alpine?
Yes, I am. My name is
Are
Roberto.
you going ahead or not?
We are asking for a deferral, madam.
And this is on Alpine, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And what reason for the deferral?
We've recently amended our proposal and the plans examiner needs more time to review our new documents.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to defer.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The date, please.
You'll have a date of October 27th at 11:30.
10/27 at 11:30. Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
The person is present for Euclid Street.
Okay.
Madam Chair, let me call it in for the record, please. For the record, calling BOA 958-462, 18 Euclid Street. Name and address for the record.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Your name and address.
Yes, this is John Amanigat. I'm the architect for 18 Euclid Street. The client is also on the line, but I think he's having some audio problems, so I'm just stepping in.
Is he requesting a deferral or is he going?
Yes, he's requesting a deferral. The drawings are ready to go, but we were advised by I think Stephanie that we need to give enough time for the plans to be reviewed. So I think we'll be ready to go as early as the next hearing.
Okay, may I have a motion, please, for deferral?
Motion to defer.
Second.
Is there a second?
Second. Second by the secretary.
Joe Ruggiero, second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please.
You'll have a date of October 27th at 11:30.
Okay, we'll see you then, October 27th at 11:30.
Thank you.
Are there any more deferrals or withdrawals for 1 o'clock?
Mr. Secretary, there's a raised hand, but I'm not sure why I'm going to mute her. Ms. Williams?
I'm sorry, I did not need to raise my hand.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead then, Mr. Fortune.
Madam Chair, can we take a short break soon?
I was looking at 2 o'clock. Is that too long?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Madam Chair, going on to the next two cases. Calling DOA 109-1810, 130 Everett Street. There is a companion case, BOA 109-1827, 130 Everett Street. This is a rehab of an existing three-story building of 2,172 square feet. It had a new roof deck and head house. The second egress to Everett Street shall include a 4x5 easement over Lot B. The existing footprint to remain to be a three-family. The violation is Article 27T. This is in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 9, additional lot area. Article 53, Section 9, excessive FAR. Article 53, Section 9, building height. Article 53, Section 9, open space. Article 53, Section 9, side yard. Article 53, Section 9, rear yard. Article 53, Section 9, dimensional regulations. And Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking and loading. Name and address. I'm sorry, that's for that one. I'm sorry, there's another one. Getting ahead of myself here. And this is for 130 Everett. This is the give off of 828 square feet to combine with parcels. The list lot to contain 2,172 square feet, Lot C. The violations, Article 53, Section 9, the rear yard. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard Lins, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner, Mani Farhani, who's on with us. Also, Tria Larea, who's the architect for this project, is included. Madam Chair, this involves an adaptive reuse of a pre-existing non-conforming structure, which was previously used in connection with an industrial use located in the lot to the rear. This existing building was on its own separately assessed parcel and would continue to be maintained, and changed with a change of occupancy to allow for a conforming use of 3 residential dwelling units. This proposal would permit the conforming use, as I mentioned, of a 3-unit dwelling, which is allowed in the 3F 2000 district. The use previously would have been a non-conforming manufacturing use. This is intended upon completion to be for home ownership, and it involves pretty much just a reprogramming of the interior of the building itself. We are proposing a roof deck, originally shown as with a head house that has been modified to allow access by hatch only, and we've made that update to the plan. We want to skip down to a couple of pages further to show the exterior.
I'm actually more interested, so the existing parcel before the second proposal is 3,006 square feet, is that my understanding?
So Madam Chair, just by way of context, the original proposal, the original parcel involved 3,000 square feet. This board had heard the matter for 287 Maverick Street some time back and granted relief for a reconfiguration of lots. This parcel was separately, as I said, separately assessed and held separately. This has been sold off since to a different owner, and this particular parcel would remain as a 3-story building. There was an original proposal to do a larger project on this site. That has been abandoned based upon community feedback, and the proposal to do a conforming use at 3 units is the proposal now. It'll be on 2,172 square feet.
Okay, so how does this work in context of the giving off of 828 square feet to the rest of the parcels, or are you withdrawing that?
Yeah, so the 828 square feet becomes part of the other parcels that are associated with 287 Maverick Street. This remains a conforming lot. The 3F 2000 district requires a 2,000 square foot minimum with 20 feet of frontage. This has 30 feet of frontage and over 2,000 square feet. So again, nothing changed with respect to the building because the programming, the work that's being done is done entirely interior for the building.
Okay, so I was kind of jumping ahead of myself. Please talk about the roof deck and the head house.
Sure. So as you can see from the drawings, we do include a rendering, which is head-on. It's not necessarily what you would see from the street, but we wanted to make sure we illustrated what the view would be with the hatch. Because we're at 3 stories, we believe we can accommodate access to the roof deck via skylight hatch. There's also a separate hatch for roof maintenance, so any access to the roof of the building itself, being a condominium structure, would also be accessed via its own independent hatch, but no head house is being proposed.
Okay, and then you've talked through the second application for 130 Everett Street. So how are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
The drawings are fine.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition? Please raise your hands. And may we have representatives from the mayor's office and the city council, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support. During the community process, the applicant worked close with the abutters and addressed most of their concerns. And the Office of Neighborhood Services received 15 letters of support from members of the Jeffreys Point community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would also like to go on the record in support of this proposal.
Thank you. Anybody else, any other raised hands?
Madam Chair, the secretary here, we have 32 letters of support, 9 letters of opposition.
Any raised, thank you, Mr. Secretary. Any raised hands?
None, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Given that information.
Wait 1 second, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Noah, do you have something?
Yes, hi. I just want, I'm unclear. It sounds like they're still requesting a waiver to go to a 4th floor, even though that's no longer part of the plan? Or is that variance for Article 9, Section 59, or whatever it was, for the 4th story, is that been withdrawn?
We've abandoned that. That was abandoned previously, Madam Chair, at the earlier call.
Thank you.
Okay.
So this is precisely for the rehab of 3-story building and add a roof deck, no add house, access through hatch, the giving of 828 square feet to the abutting lot. Given that information, may I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion, Ed DeVoe, I'll make a motion to approve with BPDA review.
Is there a second?
Second, Farrell.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Calling the next 2 cases. Calling BOA 105-3402, 18 to 20 Meridian Street. There is a companion case, BOA 105-3401, 18 to 20 Meridian for building code. This is to change from an office space to hair salon. No work to be done. The unit 4 on the 4th story. The violation is Article 53, Section 11. The conditional use above the first story. And the building code is a little extensive, so bear with me here. This is the 9th edition, 780 CMR, Chapter 1, Section 107, submittal of documents. The 9th edition, 780, Chapter 1, Section 107.1, professional seal and signature. The 9th edition, 780 CMR, Chapter 1, Section 107.3, examination of documents, electrical, plumbing, HVAC work all performed without a change of use and occupancy permit, no plans provided for review. And the 9th edition, 780 CMR, Chapter 1, Section 109.3, the building permit, valuations, full fit out of a hair salon disclosed at $1. Name and address for the record, please.
I don't see any raised hands, Madam Chair, or the applicant on the line.
Okay, may I have a motion for denial without prejudice?
Oh, wait 1 second. He just put his name, sorry.
Okay.
Carlos, you're unmuted?
Hello.
Hi.
Who is speaking on this case?
Hi, this is Carlos Leon, the applicant.
Okay, Mr. Leon, you have a building code violation. Do you have somebody who can respond? Because we're not too keen about giving relief on building code.
Yeah, when I was there, they told me the code violation was because we are trying to do the hair salon on the 4th floor. That was the problem.
I get it. So, okay. Mr. Ehrlich, did you spend any time looking through this, this building code violation?
No, not really. Because it wasn't clear to me from the material that I have what the violation was. It's still not clear to me, frankly.
Yeah, yeah. So let's, Mr. Leon, we're gonna go ahead, I think, and deny the relief.
Yeah.
If you need it, we will then relook at it. So can I have that motion?
Yeah, motion to deny the building code relief.
Is there a second?
Second that motion, Secretary.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Mr. Leon, please, can you speak to the change of use then?
Yes, well, we are trying to get here, change the occupancy. Before it was office space.
Okay, and let's see, so you're gonna have manicure, style session, blah, 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 blah. Okay, how many, okay. Okay, this is a walk-up. Okay, how are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
They're simple and straightforward.
Okay, any questions from the board? And this is a neighborhood shopping district, so, okay, but any commercial use above the first floor is conditional. What are your hours of operations intending to be? Yeah.
Will be since 10 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Monday through Saturday or Monday through Friday?
Monday to Saturday.
Okay.
And just by appointment only.
Okay, okay. Anybody here to speak in support of this? Lena, Ricardo, you guys have been busy today.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support. There were no concerns about this proposal during the community process, and also this proposal received a strong support from the East Boston Main Streets and the other business of the area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would also like to go on the record in support of this.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please? Any other raised hands?
Yes, Madam Chair. Gladys, you're unmuted.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the Board of Directors. I'm Gladys Oliveros, Director of the East Boston Main Streets, and I really support this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No other raised hands, Madam Chair.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Is there who made that motion?
Sorry, Joe.
Is there a second? Who tell me who's making that second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the next case. Calling DOA 966-339, 22 Wordsworth Street. This is to confirm occupancy as an existing two-family dwelling and change occupancy to a three-family dwelling. A gutter renovation and addition of a new third floor and rear addition. The violations, Article 27T, Section 9, this is in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 53, Section 8, the use of a three-family dwelling is forbidden. Article 53, Section 9, the lot area is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, lot width is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the lot frontage is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 53, Section 9, the building height is excessive. Article 53, Section 9, the building height number of stories is excessive. Article 53, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. And Article 53, Section 52, the roof structure restrictions. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard Lenz, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner, Will Shee. Madam Chair, this is a proposal for a pre-existing, what we contend is a two-family dwelling located in the Orient Heights section of East Boston. This section of Wadsworth Street has a mix of two-story and three-story dwellings. Our proposal is to do a complete rehabilitation of the existing structure to add a one-story addition, which would bring it in line with the number of buildings on that side of Wadsworth Street. We would also propose to extend living space to the basement and erect a rear addition to the rear. And this is a mix of 2 and 3 bedroom units. The lower level would be 3 bedrooms, about 1,169 square feet. And the upper 2 levels would be 2 bedroom units, roughly around 900 square feet. So the board can see here the neighborhood context. The building we're looking at for rehab is the 2-story white structure here. If you can skip the next slide, please. Just to give you an idea of the mix of context on both sides of Wadsworth Street, we do have a number of 3 families on directly across the street as well as along that section of Wadsworth. Next slide, please. And then looking back down, the 3 buildings to the immediate right is property. Next. So our lot is 25 wide by approximately 100 feet deep, so a 2,500 square foot lot. This is a pre-existing non-conforming lot based upon the current zoning of 2F 3000. We are showing in the slot and the illustration to the right the extent of the proposed addition, looking to keep it in line with the predominant setback for the buildings located to the right-hand side. We originally had proposed a deeper addition. We did hear comments through the community process that addition would create some view issues for the building to the right. We've modified the project to bring the building back to keep it in line with the building to the right. We've also eliminated the roof deck, which was also raised some concern over impact to the building to the right. So the building that we're proposing would have no roof deck, and the addition would be in line with the building to the right.
So
our setback in the rear is 30.5 feet.
Hold on, Councillor. Mr. Ehrlich, have you seen the most recent plans?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, go ahead, Councillor.
Sure. And we show a rendering above, a sketch rendering above to just give an illustration of what it would look like in relationship to the building. So by way of programming, the lower level would have, in the lower level area that we're looking to incorporate in the first level unit is actually slightly below the grade of the street. So we do have the ability to have a full walkout to a private patio. We also show unit storage, et cetera. Level 1, the remainder of level 1 is on, or unit 1 is part of level 1. And then levels 2 and 3 are pretty identical with a private deck off of the rear, with each being a 2-bed, 2-bath setup. Next slide, please. So by way of elevation, we're showing again no roof deck being proposed, and the modifications that we made to the rear deck. Originally, the roof deck was going to be located to the rear portion of the building, Madam Chair, and there was going to be a stairwell that would take you up from the third exterior deck up to the roof deck. That has been eliminated, as well as the building have been brought back. We are showing again illustrations in the lower left corner as to what the property would look like in context. Next. And then showing a street rendering of what we feel the finished product would look like with the complete rehabilitation of the building. Special attention was obviously paid to the design and materials to make it compare.
So can you please hold on? How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
The plans are adequate.
Any questions from the board?
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I could. Council, could you speak a bit to the community process? And the only reason I bring that up, it is hard to miss the giant banner on the abutting property that is speaking in opposition to this project.
Okay, hold on, is this Ed?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so you know what? Let's hold off and let's let the mayor's office speak on that, okay?
Sure.
Okay, no, thank you. Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal? Is anybody here to speak in opposition?
Good morning, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in opposition. At this moment, this proposal didn't receive enough support from the community, and the abutters still have concern regarding the rear addition and the change as a three-family dwelling. Also, the Office of Neighborhood Services received a letter of opposition signed by more than 100 members of the Harborview community, and we received 4 letters of opposition from direct abutters. Also, Harborview Neighborhood Association voted against this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would also like to go on the record in opposition to this proposal.
And to both Lena and Ricardo, thank you. You guys have been extremely busy today. Any other raised hands, either in support or in opposition to this project?
Madam Chair, the Secretary here, we have 10 letters of opposition.
Thank you. Any raised hands in support or in opposition?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Muted?
Can I speak?
Yes.
Yes. Please put your name on and address on the record. Tell us if you are in support or in opposition.
Opposition, I am in the butter at 24 Wordsworth Street. I'm with the butter at 20 Wordsworth Street. And we're opposed.
Put your name and address, please.
My name is Thomas Brennan, and I live at 24 Wordsworth Street. I'm with Mario Mantelli, who lives at 20 Wordsworth Street.
Okay,
and we're opposed.
Thank you. Thank you. So you guys, okay.
Caller, you're unmuted.
Hi, this is Michael Brennan. Hello?
Yes, go ahead. Come on, go ahead.
Good morning. I'm a great abutter. I'm a abutter of 24 Wadsworth Street, and this would impact my quality of life. It's not well. Like I'll lose my sight. I lose ventilation. I lose natural light. And my mom, she's 90 years old. She's coming on 90 years old, and she's been quarantined for 3.
Oh, hold on. What's your address again?
24 Wadsworth. 24 Wadsworth.
You're at 24 Wadsworth. Okay.
I'm a direct abutter.
Thank you. Can I hear from the next person, please, Ms. Ambassador?
Good morning. Excuse me, you're unmuted, caller.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board. This is Leonard Olson at 97 Lexington Street, Apartment 2. I'm calling to voice my opposition, echoing and supporting the abutters and their concerns on their quality of life and special characteristics of the neighborhood as protected under the zoning code, Article 53. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Brianna, you're unmuted.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Brianna Roach. I'm at 18 Wordsworth Street, so I'm 2 doors down, and
You're breaking up. Is that opposition?
It is opposition, yes. I strongly oppose.
Thank you. Let's hear from the next caller, please.
Yes. Peter, you're unmuted.
Yeah, you're unmuted.
Yes, I think they're asking me. Okay, so, all right.
Yeah, mute.
Mute or unmute?
You're unmuted, sir.
What is your name and address, please?
Hello?
Your name and address, please.
My name, thank you. Peter Hoffman, O-F-M-A-N.
Thank
and
you.
The address of the property is 190 R as in Randy, Washington Street in Brighton, Massachusetts, 02135.
Okay, you know we're talking about Wordsworth Street in East Boston and not Wordsworth Street in Brighton.
No, this is in Brighton.
Okay. So are you in support or in opposition?
I just make a statement that I want to postpone the case before we started.
I'll speak to him offline.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Caller, you're unmuted. Did you already speak?
I did, thank you.
No further raised hands, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Given that information, may I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry? Oh,
May
I'm
I
sorry.
respond?
Yes, Councilor Council, go ahead, respond.
I'll be brief, and I certainly understand the opposition and sympathy for the direct abutters who, we've spoken to on a number of occasions and who have attended the community process on this. I would point out that the building height is below the allowable height. I mean, what the maximum height is at 31 feet. 35 feet is the height limit. Our FAR, and we've worked to try to, ensure that this was something that could be a little bit more consistent with the surrounding neighborhood. Our FAR is at about 0.84, which 0.8 is the allowable limit. And then with respect to parking, and again, these are all the concerns that I think were raised. There's already a pre-existing 2-unit dwelling here. We would only be required to provide 1 parking space, and I'm sure as this board's aware, cutting a curb to add 1 parking space to comply with zoning is not something that's looked upon favorably usually, so therefore requesting the variance. This is a relatively straightforward project that will allow for an enhanced property to remain in the neighborhood. It will result in a substantial amount of reinvestment. The property does need work. And I think that, with that said, this is certainly something that would not strike, I think, the reasonable person will look at this and say, this project, is way out of scale for this area. So I just want to put that on the record as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, given that information, Ms. Ambassador, can you mute everybody but the board members? May I have a motion, please?
I'm going to make a motion to deny without prejudice.
And who is this?
Ed DeVoe.
Ed, thank you. Who's going to be the second?
Second, Joe Ruggiero.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. It is now 2 o'clock. The board will recess for 15 minutes and will reconvene at 2:15. Thank you.
BOA 102-8482-846. Ready? Calling the next case, calling BOA 102-8482-846 to 848 East Broadway. This is seeking to change occupant from a two-family residential dwelling to a three-family residential dwelling. The violations, Article 68, Section 29, roof structure restricted district. Article 68, Section 8, usable open space is insufficient. Article 68, Section 8, lot area for additional dwelling unit is insufficient. Article 68, Section 7, dwelling units are forbidden in basement. Article 68, Section 34, side yard with access driveway cannot be less than 10 feet wide. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney John Haskell, the business address of 15 Broad Street on behalf of Drago and Toscano. With me here today, I have Jack and Mary Alice Callahan, the owners and occupants of the building, and James Christopher from RCA. As mentioned, our proposal here today is we are seeking to change the occupancy of the existing two-family residential dwelling to a three-family residential dwelling and renovate. As proposed, Unit 3, our new unit, would be a studio unit at 492 square feet, kitchen, living, and dining, and a full egress walkout to the right. As mentioned, we are seeking variances for additional lot area per dwelling unit. As required in this district, we would need additional 1,000 square feet per dwelling unit. We have 1,750 square feet of additional area. In addition to that, we'll be seeking an open space violation. We have approximately 100 square feet per dwelling unit of open space, and required in this district, we would need 200 square feet per dwelling unit. Finally, we are...
Can you give me 1 minute? Colette, can you go to the basement plan, please? Go ahead on the project description, please.
Yep. Yep, we would be seeking variances for the basement forbidden apartment in this area. Basement units are forbidden. That would be the new unit. And then finally, we are seeking variances for the side yard with access driveway cannot be less than 10 feet. This is a pre-existing violation as it provides parking, and it is a shared access driveway with the abutting property at 844 East Broadway. We do have 4 parking spots on site, so we were not triggered with a parking violation for that new unit. Then finally, we were cited with a roof structure restriction district. However, that is a pre-existing condition, and we believe is an improper citation. I'd be happy to take any questions at this time, Madam Chair.
Okay, so tell us how the basement plan is set. Is it access to the basement?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that, Madam Chair?
I'm sorry, there's an echo that just started up. Can you explain how explain the basement plan? Colette has pulled it up. Tell us how it's going to work.
If you would go to section A1, please, Colette. On the floor plans.
In the meantime, tell us what the floor to ceiling height is.
It's over 7 foot 6, 7 foot 6 inches, Madam Chair.
Okay. And are the utilities separate?
Utilities would all have separate access for the individual units, and this unit would have its own for the same. So as you can see here, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Okay.
As you can see on our proposed floor plans, the front portion of the building would have the pre-existing lower level access for Unit 1, and to the rear of the property would be the new proposed studio unit, 492 square feet, which is accessed from the right of the building, and there would be kitchen, living, dining, as well as a sleeping area for the studio unit.
And are there proposed window wells in that unit?
Not presently, but there was a full walkout egress to the right of the property.
Okay.
We would be willing to add in the window well egress if they were required by the board, though.
And tell us what's the distance from tell us how the parking would work. What's the width of the driveway?
So it's well over 10 feet. That is a pre-existing driveway. I spoke with my client earlier today, and a tow truck and large trucks can get in and out. That is a pre-existing condition. Right now, there's existing parking for 3 units, so we'd be adding the 4th space in the rear of the property So there would be well over 1-to-1 parking for the individual units.
So, okay, that echo is just disturbing me. So,
Madam Chair? Madam
yes.
Chair, Secretary here. Bob D'Amico has commented on this, 846, 848 East Broadway. He is basically saying deny based on the parking plan.
Okay.
So I don't know if Mr. Ehrlich wants to
thank
take a
you.
quick look at it.
No, thank you. Let's go up to the roof deck. And what's the access to the roof deck?
Madam Chair, if I may, the roof deck is pre-existing non-conforming. There's no change to that now. Same thing with the parking. We're adding a parking space, but the parking exists as it is.
Okay, so just please talk to me about that roof deck.
There's no change to the roof deck. It exists. There's no change to it. We're not touching it.
And it was a legally approved hatch up there or
It's a head house.
Yeah?
It's a head house. Correct.
Okay, so this request, even though it's a 3 full units, so there's 2 full units in this building, right?
The existing 2, correct.
And you're looking to add a small super micro unit in the rear of this lot. Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
Well, I guess I have some questions. It's unfortunate that head house is pre-existing because it's larger than than even the standard head houses. But with respect to the basement, there's no means of access and egress, right? It's the door on the right that puts you into the living room.
That is correct. However, we would be willing to commit to adding a second means of egress or window wells if it's required.
Well, I mean, you have to. It's not a question of being willing. There needs to be 2 means of egress. And I'm looking at that small unit in the basement, and there's a room that says HVAC. I'm assuming that's all the mechanical units?
For the individual unit, correct.
So each unit, and then at the bottom of that basement, the bedroom and bath that are connected to the first floor, there's a mechanical room down there that just services that unit, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. I also, by the way, don't have a plot plan, so I don't know what the story with the parking is.
The plans were submitted previously to the board with the plot plan. If I'm not mistaken, they are included in the presentation.
Well, they're not in this package. And I don't think what Colette has a plot plan either.
Colette, if you'd please scroll up, we can confirm that.
Okay, so, I mean, I can't, let's see if she has it, because I don't.
Mr. Ehrlich, it seems it's not coming up, but I'd be happy to send it in at this time if it's allowed.
Okay, well, Madam Chair, it just means that I can't opine on the parking issue, because, so I mean, I see from the picture here, on the left side, there's you were talking about the driveway on the left side, right?
Correct.
And where's the plot line?
So on the left side of the building, again, this is a shared access driveway.
Okay, so it's somewhere in between the 2 buildings.
Correct. We do have 1.7 feet on the left side of the building. It's a pre-existing condition. However, these 2 buildings share a common shared driveway for this property.
Okay, and there's an easement that's recorded that reflects that?
Correct.
Okay.
And when was this building rehabbed?
A few years ago, Madam Chair.
Okay, and was it a 3-family or initially and went to a 2-family?
It was a 2-family gut renovation, if I'm not mistaken.
So the one other question I had to do with the basement height, and I'm looking at drawing EX3, And it appears that it's 7'5" from the floor to the ceiling, not 7'6", which is what's required.
James, can you confirm that that's the ceiling height?
I'm just pulling up that elevation, the section right now. I have it as 7'6". That might be a typo on the plan, Mr. Ehrlich, but I'll confirm it. We're not going to seek building code relief, so it will be 7'6". I believe that that's an error.
Okay, well, I hope you're right.
Okay, any questions from the board? Is anybody here, anybody who wants to comment on this project, please raise your hands so Ms. Ambassador can get to you.
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board, Haley Dillon, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, with full record and support. Thank you.
Members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councilor Flink's office. The councilor would like to go on record in support based on feedback from neighbors and the City Point Neighborhood Association, who indicated this project assisted of responsible changes and maintain the character of the community. Thank you.
Any other raised hands?
None, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So it looks like this building already has 2 units, looking to squeeze a third small unit in the basement. Time for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve with the following proviso, that a second means of egress, a legal second means of egress be included in the basement.
So we're basically saying no building code violation.
No building code relief, yeah.
Relief, yeah. Okay. Is there a second?
I second.
Just on the motion, Madam Chair, what about the parking where Bob D'Amico made a motion for denial?
I mean, I don't know how to speak on that because we don't have a plot plan. I can't see whatever it is that he's referring to.
Mr. Ehrlich and have submitted to Stephanie Haynes the plot plan as requested.
Okay, you know, the question is, I think the core question is, this is the additional unit that's triggering a need for an additional parking space.
Yeah.
Is this core unit, this small unit, something that and it's, as I look at the violations, the use in the basement, the dwelling use in the basement is forbidden. Is this a place that we want to start going, is allowing dwelling spaces in the basement, complete dwelling spaces in the basement?
Madam Chair, Timothy Burke wanted to speak. He's the architect on the project.
No, we're going to hold Mr. Burke for a moment, please. And so this is a question I think we as a board need to kind of think about.
Yeah.
And given that information, Mr. Ehrlich, are you still comfortable with your proposal there?
Well, no, it's a very good point. I mean, I think we have in other cases, I mean, there's so many parts of the city where basement units are forbidden, and we have allowed them in certain situations. So, but it's a good point. I guess I sort of feel like, I don't know, well, I don't want to make a final decision. If Bob D'Amico's saying the whole thing should be denied because of the parking, I sort of feel like I don't want to make a decision one way or another without looking at the plot plan.
I think the issue that's before us is dwelling unit in the basement, which is a forbidden use.
Yeah.
You know, if we look at that as the main reason, because there will, of course, be ceiling height violations, second means of egress, and the trigger for a parking space. But the core question is, this is a small unit in a basement in an area where there seems to be no compelling use for that unit. You know, so that Question, and I think, Joe, did you want to add something to it?
Yeah, I mean, so a couple of things. One, the driveway is a pre-existing condition. Even if we denied it, they're still using that driveway for parking. So I'm not too concerned about it. And the size of the unit would be, it's like a studio. It's the whole thing on whether or not a studio needs a parking space or not, but the code calls for it. So I understand why they're going there. I mean, I do think a unit of this size in South Boston is to, there not being many places for, so I'm fine with the motion to.
So, Mr. Ehrlich, you are still going ahead with your motion. Who made the second?
I will make the second.
Yeah, I'll just point out that they were not cited for forbidden use.
It was read in as the forbidden use. The use, dwelling unit in the basement, it's forbidden use.
Okay, it's not on the agenda, but okay, yeah, no, I'm prepared to live with the motion.
Okay, and there's a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I'm opposed, so I just want that on the record. The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 108-7163, 742 East 8th Street. This is an addition to an existing three-family structure. The violation, Article 68, Section 29, roof structure restrictions. Article 68, Section 33, off-street parking and loading requirements, maneuvering areas. Article 68, Section 34.2, traffic visibility across the corner. Article 68, Section 8, excessive FAR. Article 68, Section 8, maximum height has been exceeded. Article 68, Section 8, insufficient rear yard setback. And Article 68, Section 8, insufficient side yard setback. Name and address for the record, please.
Attorney John Fulgini, 10 Forbes Road, Braintree. With me this afternoon is Michael Kanivi, who's the owner of the property, together with Tim Burke, who's the team architect.
So tell us what's being proposed.
Sure. Madam Chair, this is an existing three-family on a 2,188 square foot lot. The zoning in this is multifamily residential. The proposal is to expand the current building and update all life safety systems while maintaining the same use as a three-family, as well as the same bedroom count of 8, which is currently what there. The violations are roof, which Mr. Fortune just read into the record, roof structure restrictions. There currently is a head house on the property. On the roof, we are expanding that. The height will go from 47.67 to 49. FAR, the zoning is 2, we're at 2.97. Height, again, zoning is 40, currently it's 47.67, and the proposal is 49.1. Rear yard is 20, currently it's 8.5, we're proposing 2.5. Side yard calls for a 3-foot side yard setback, we are at the lot line. Off-street parking, it is 1.5 per dwelling unit. We're proposing 3 parking spaces per dwelling unit using a stacking system. Those are the violations. The unit sizes, Madam Chair, Unit 1 is 1,264 square feet. It's a 2-bedroom, 2-bath. Unit 2 is 1,881 square feet, 3-bedroom, 3-bath. Unit 3 is 3,258 square feet, 3-bedroom, 3-bath. As stated, the additions in the side and the rear increase the living space and provide 9 off-street parking spaces, which was important to the abutters.
Hold on, Counselor. Can we backtrack and talk about the addition to the existing three-family?
Sure.
What drawing should we look at? What page should we be looking at to see what the addition is?
I'll have Tim Burke comment on that. He's on this call.
First drawing.
Tim, you're unmuted.
Yes, the first drawing, please, would be the best to see the where the additions are located.
So, Colette, can you go back to the first drawing? In the meantime, Council, go ahead.
So I just want to go through the community process. This is Michael Kanivi's primary residence.
Hold on, we can, We'll hear about the community process from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. So let's just see. So the addition is a rear addition, 6 feet addition, is that right? Or is it a 12-foot addition?
The 12-foot dimension you see there on the right-hand side of the drawing shows the addition. The existing building is shown with the black line with the hash marks.
Okay.
And the red line shows the expansion on the side and the rear.
Okay, and how many square feet in total is this addition?
3,558 square feet.
And the lot size is 3,358. The existing lot size is 2,188. And how is parking to be accommodated? Can we just zoom in on the parking plan?
Yes, that's the first of the floor plans. If we can go to that. Yes, that shows the parking at grade level on the first floor in the rear of the building. We'd have six spots on grade, and then to the right is a set of 3 stackers that would provide parking for an additional 3 cars.
Okay, thank you. How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
Well, it's a very, very dense project. You know, it really occupies the entire lot, and it goes up. And the parking access is moved to the side, which I suppose is a benefit because then you can close the existing curb cut on 8th. But as I read the plans, it's like 36 feet of curb cut. There's one 12-foot section, one 24-foot section. I mean, that needs, if we're going to approve this, that needs to be redesigned.
Madam Chair, Secretary here. Bob D'Amico has spoke on this one as well, 742 East 8th Street. He is basically denied based on poor maneuverability.
Yeah, the curb cut is 24 feet is what we're proposing.
But I'm looking at it shows another 12-foot. Is that on the plot plan?
That's the neighboring property.
That's neighboring. Okay, 24 feet is still an enormous curb cut. Would you describe how it's gonna work?
Yes,
I'm looking at A11.
Yes, the cut allows enough room to maneuver across for the cars on either side, and then the one in the middle goes straight in. But the garage itself is about 30 feet wide for 3 cars, or 3 bays, I should say.
Any other questions of the board? And is there a roof deck proposed on this? I don't remember.
Yes, Madam Chair, there is. There's an existing head house currently, and that will be expanded. Tim could speak to that. It's set back, so it is not easily visible from either Bantry Way or East Broadway.
And will there be a roof there? Will there be a roof up there?
I'm sorry?
Will there be a room up there?
It is. So that is part of the third unit, Unit 3. So that is part of that right now. It's existing currently, and it will be part of the third unit if this proposal is approved.
Colette, can you please go up to the roof plan so we can see what the head house plus extension plus deck look like?
While we're doing that, can I ask the applicant, how does that new roof line, the expansion of the head house and the addition of that floor compare to adjacent buildings?
believe that there are some additional head houses, but I don't know exactly how to answer that one in terms of comparison. Most of them are similar height of the three.
This area was initially zoned as 50 feet. And in 2016, at the end of 2016, they did a zoning change, which took it from H150 to multifamily residential, Ms. Curley. So the buildings in the area have that type of height.
So H150, the translation to MFR should be about the same. Is that an MFR1 or MFR2?
MFR, it's just MFR or MFRLS, it's MFR, multifamily residential, MFR1.
And what is the height limitation in that?
Currently, so it's been reduced from 50 to 40 feet.
Okay, because I mean, it's sort of a mistake to call it a head house. You're basically taking a head house and turn it into another floor.
But they provided step backs. Tim could speak to this better than I.
I know. It doesn't cover the full footprint, but it doesn't look like a head house anymore. It looks like another floor with setbacks.
Is this the plan I'm looking at, A12? Is the middle drawing the one that talks about the roof deck and the master bedroom, etc.? Is that what the head house is translating into?
Madam Chair, look at A13, the next drawing down, and you'll see. Basically, see that that's the top. That's the expanded. It's another story. And the roof deck is just, extended off. It's a walkout roof deck.
You're correct. That was the plan you were looking at. Yes.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board, Bailey Dillon, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. The proponent has done extensive community outreach. And my office has received nothing but support letters. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councillor Flink's office. The councillor would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary here. We have 133 letters of support.
I'm sorry.
Anybody on the line to speak in support or in opposition?
Madam Chair, this is Karen Foley from Councilor Sabi George's office. Would like to go on record in support. Thank you. She hear me? I don't think she did again.
I did hear you, Karen. Anybody else? Any raised hands?
Madam Chair, there are no raised hands.
Okay, given that it's go ahead. Is that phone still on the line?
It's a Zoom.
She's all set, Madam Chair.
Can you mute? Oh, good, you muted her. Okay. Given that information, can I have a motion, please?
I'd like to make a motion to approve a BPDA design review. Joe Ruggiero.
Is there a second?
I'll second, Mark Early.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, everybody.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 103-5621, 3 Robinson Street. This is a proposed to change an existing 3-family into a 4-family. The violation is Article 9, Section 1, extension of a non-conforming use. Article 65, Section 41, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 65, Section 8, the MFR is a forbidden use. Article 65, Section 8.2, basement units are forbidden. Article 65, Section 9, lot area is insufficient. And Article 65, Section 9, usable open space is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Greg Holmes, 3 Robinson Street, Dorchester, Mass. 02122. Can you hear me?
Who is speaking, please?
This is Joao Gomes, the owner.
Okay, are you represented by anybody? Or you're representing yourself?
I'm representing myself.
Okay, so please go ahead. Tell us what you're proposing to do.
This is a three-family, owned since 1992. Currently, the basement has been approved, I think, since 2016-17 for a living space with the first floor. The occupancy is out of place. Currently, we are asking to change it to a 4-unit to accommodate. My son is going to school in Boston. There is just one studio. 1 bathroom, an office space, 1 bed, has an egress both in the front and the rear. The bedroom has an egress. It has been approved already.
Can you hold on for a minute? Where is the proposed unit going into?
The proposal is the basement, which has already been approved.
And how large is that proposed unit supposed to be, as you plan it out?
It's just as it is right now. It's just 1 bedroom, an open space, like a living room.
How many square feet?
What's that?
How many square feet?
That one, I'm not sure because it's already been approved. So it's about the same size that was approved before.
Well, the thing is, you're here before. Why are you here then if it was approved before? And was it this board that approved it, or what happened?
No, it was approved as a living space attached to the first floor.
I see. So now you want to pull it out as a separate unit?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so the thing that you need to know is that we have to look at a project and understand that it is not that the relief we grant goes with the property and not with the family occupying it, because someday you'll sell it and there will be a separate unit there, which may not be the best thing. Okay, so I'm just gonna put that out there so you just don't there's no misunderstanding. Tell us the size of the proposed unit and what the floor to ceiling height is.
The floor to ceiling height is about 7.6
inches. And
yes.
Tell us what the access is to that unit. Because we have that pulled up on the screen right now. Is it through the back door? Is it through the front door?
It has access. It has access both to the front and rear. And there's a door that's that walk out to the rear, and then a door in the front that walks in.
Okay. And are you providing window wells or?
Yes. There is windows in the family room. There is a regular egress window in the bedroom.
Okay. And are the utilities separate?
Yes, utilities separate in each unit.
Okay, and how many bedrooms in the first 2 units?
The first floor is all three units that has a 3-bedroom.
So there's 9 bedrooms existing, and you're proposing another 1-bedroom with study.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, how are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
Well, the problem here is that the egress is fine. If you look at A11 at the top of the sheet, it shows an elevation of the basement and it's floor to ceiling only 7'4", which is a violation of the code. So either it can be a mistake, like it presumably was last time, or somehow you either got to move the ceiling up or the floor down, because it has to be 7'6" minimum. It's on A11.
Yeah, I'll check with the architect.
Okay, because we can't grant you the relief. If it's a single family or a 2-family, all it has to be is 7 foot. But if it's a 3-unit or above, then it has to be 7'6".
And again, this unit as a separate unit is forbidden in the basement. Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Chantal Lima Barbosa from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Service. Here representing the former liaison who hosted an abutters meeting on February 4th and they received support from the abutters and the Meeting House Hill Civic Association. We would like to go on record to support this project.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary here, we have 22 letters of support.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak on this project?
Madam Chair, I see no raised hands.
Is Karen
Foley, hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No other raised hands, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Given that information, may I have a motion, please?
Well, I'm going to make a motion to approve with no building code relief, which means that the applicant has to figure out how to get a 7'6" floor to ceiling height in the basement, because if he doesn't do that, he will be in violation of the building code.
Is there a second?
I'll second it. Joe.
Joe, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? For the record, I'd like to be recorded as opposed because I've pretty much held to no basement dwelling units where they are of forbidden use. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling DOA 105-0541, 135 to 137 Minot Street. This is to construct a rear addition and change the occupancy from a 2 to 3 residential units with off-street parking. The violations, Article 65, Section 41, off-street parking and loading. Article 65, Section 8, use is forbidden. Article 65, Section 9, excessive FAR. Article 65, Section 9, the number of allowed stories has been exceeded. Article 65, Section 9, insufficient rear yard setback. Article 65, Section 9, insufficient side yard setback. And Article 65, Section 9, the location of the main entrance, but it may have been corrected. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is James Christopher of RCA LLC with the business address of 415 Parsons Ave. I'm joined by Cliff Moylan, the property owner. The proposal before you today is to construct a third-story addition with a 2-story rear addition with capable parking at grade. The unit 1 remains unchanged. It'll be 970 square feet. Unit 2 will be about 2,200 square feet, and the same for unit 3. The proposal is to construct a rear addition on the 2nd and 3rd levels, which would then create new bedrooms for the tenant in the house. The owner, Mr. Moylan, intends to stay in the property. He's having a baby and his family is growing. So as far as the zoning violations are concerned, the FAR allowed is 0.5, would be up to 9.9. The minimum frontage and width is 50 feet, but 43 feet. The violation in stories is 2.5 stories, will be going to 3. The side yard setbacks are pre-existing non-conforming. We actually pulled the building in at the rear of the property to increase those setbacks. And the rear yard setback is 13 feet. I'd also note that there's no habitable space in the basement. That'll be mechanical and storage for the property.
So I think I'm just, I'm tiring out. So let's see. So this is to construct a rear addition. Are you popping up the attic?
Yes, Madam Chair. Currently, there's living space in the attic, so we'd be taking the pitched roof off, constructing a mansard roof with the 3rd-story rear addition as well.
And so that top floor would be 3-bedroom?
That's correct.
Okay, so each floor is a 3-bedroom.
That's correct.
About the rear yard setback, because I'm assuming the side yard is an existing non-conforming use, or existing nonconformity, tell us about what's required on the rear yard, what you're proposing on the rear yard.
The required rear yard setback would be 30 feet, and we are proposing 13 feet, which will be open at grade as well for the parking.
Okay, and, okay, how are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
They're okay.
Yeah, any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of the proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Patrick Dale, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. There was a full community process run for this proposal with an abutters meeting held off-site in December of last year. This was also put in front of the Cedar Grove Civic Association, who did not take a position on it. We'd like to go on record in support of it, but would like to note there was some minor opposition from some folks, so we'd still ask for BPDA design review.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak on this project?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Karen Foley, Councilor Wasabi George's office, and would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Anybody else to speak in support or in opposition?
Madam Chair, Secretary here, we have 35 letters of support and 8 letters of opposition.
I'm sorry, how many in opposition?
8 letters of opposition.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Joe, he hung up or got disconnected.
Joe McCaffrey?
Hi, ma'am.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Joe, you're unmuted.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Joe McGeckran, City Councilor Frank Baker's office, like to go on record in support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other raised hands?
Madam Chair, I'd also like to note that the direct abutter at the rear end which is, I believe, 56 Chelmsford Street supports the project, as does the direct abutter at 139 minus the direct abutter.
Thank you.
Karen, you're unmuted. Karen, you're unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah. Put your name and address for the record.
Certainly. My name is Karen McNaught. I live at 129 Minot Street, and I'm also the owner there. I was at the community meetings with the abutters, and I don't remember anyone being in favor of the proposal. Mr. Moynihan is not the owner, and I say that because I'm the attorney who did the closing. The parking in the area is bad to begin with. If you look at his parking plan, the space is too small for a car to get in and out of his parking area. It's only 13 feet with 3 cars parked in his parking area. There's no way a car is going to be able to get in and out. He already has 3 cars that are a full-size truck, a full-size van, and a full-size SUV, and his current tenant has a big car also. None of these cars can get in there. The size of his addition is huge. It takes up a tremendous amount of space. It cuts off the air and the light for all the abutting yards. And many of the neighbors I spoke to who initially said they would support him had not seen the plans and were not shown the plans. And when they saw the plans, they were rather upset because this was not what had been presented to them as to what he was going to do. There was nothing unique about this property. It's like every other house right along there that would give him the right to have a variance in accordance to Chapter 40A. I'm very much opposed to it because it's going to significantly decrease the livability of his neighbors. It will put a big shadow across all the yards in the back because it basically totally occupies the backyard, his backyard. And that's going to throw a shadow into the other yards where people have parties and they have gardens and all that sort of stuff. As far as his family is concerned, other people who've had these houses have put bedrooms on the 3rd floor in the attic space to expand their family. If he puts another unit up there, he's not going to be able to expand his family up there because it's occupied by another unit. So that's, I think, kind of a red herring. He knew what he was buying when he bought the property. It's increased tremendously in value since he bought it just a few years ago. And I am very much opposed to it because it really will significantly decrease the quality of life for his neighbors.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak in opposition?
No, however, the owners wanted to speak?
No, thank you. Given that information, may I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve with significant BPDA design review to see if there's any way to reduce the size of the proposed addition.
I'll second that, Madam Chair. Mark.
Do we want it to come back to us, or, I mean, the question is, and I think this goes back to a conversation we had a couple of months ago, how do we know that, in fact, the BPDA has looked at it and has worked on reducing it, the size of it?
Why don't we ask Jeff whether he thinks we should defer and come back?
Jeff, are you still on the line?
Yes. I mean, I guess basically, how much do you want me to reduce it? You know, I mean, it could be something where it's significant, where, you know, it comes back for board final arbiter because they're, you know, we're butting heads with the applicant and what they say, you know, they can't do, and we're just taking direction from the board. I guess it's really how much do you, I mean, I know significant design review with special attention to reducing the size of the addition, but
you know, I mean, I think that's a conundrum we're in, is that because we're seeing today a lot of really large expansions, and this is looking to go for somebody to have their cake and eat it too, go from 2 to 3 residential units, plus have their you know, their larger space. So I think it's a question for this board to say, you know, do we cut that 3rd unit out so that in fact, or something so that in fact, as much of that rear yard and there's less shadow impact? I think that's really a question for us to think about.
I completely understand it. I mean, all the houses on that side of mine are pretty identical in terms of what they look like in 2 families. I mean, there are no triple deckers. I mean, that street was laid out all at the same time. There were a couple of additions across the street from this property that had gone before this board that are pretty massive additions to the roof. But yeah, I mean, I'll direct urban design to even redesign it if they have to.
Well, you know, you're right that it's a conundrum and that we never know what's the best solution, because even if we defer it and ask them to come back with other plans, they may not necessarily do in a way that we would find acceptable. So I'm going to make a motion to approve with design review and request that the BPA look at reducing the scale of the addition, and just hope that that's done in a way that the applicant will cooperate.
And Jeff, we will welcome it back to board final arbiter.
Yes.
Is there a second?
I'll second that, Madam Chair. Mark.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Chair, if I may, just for clarification, so the motion is approved with BPDA design review based and attention paid to reduction in scale?
Yes.
Thank you very much for your time.
Calling the next case. Calling BOA 101-2008, 190 Rear Washington Street. This is erect a new single-family, 2.5-story detached dwelling, proposed 2 off-street parking. The violation, Article 10, Section 1, limitation of off-street parking, 1 parking space located on the front yard. Article 51, Section 9.4, dimensional regulations, location of the main entrance. Article 51, Section 56, off-street parking and loading, 51.6 is the design. Article 51, Section 9, the lot area is insufficient. Article 51, Section 9, the front yard is insufficient. And Article 51, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Peter Hoffman, OFMAN. The address is 190R Washington Street, Brighton, Massachusetts, 02135. Once again, I want to postpone or defer.
You want to defer?
Yes.
So let me see if I get this right. So
Yes.
you are proposing to build a house behind another house?
Yes.
Okay.
The reason for deferral is that just recently we received a refusal letter from a fire marshal. And we applied for appeal from the fire marshal, but we didn't have enough time because the hearing for the fire marshal appeal is only scheduled for September 23rd.
Okay, just to give you a heads up, we are generally not in support of a building behind a building. I know you have a deep lot here, and you're proposing to do this. However, this is not something that is really something this board supports. And I think also your violation letter was incorrect because it did not cite two buildings on the same lot. But regardless, you requested a deferral. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to defer.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The date, please.
You have a date of October 27th at 11:30.
Thank you.
October 27, 11:30, did I hear it right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair, thank you very much, members of the board. October.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 104-1956, 120 Kenrick Street. This erect a new 4-story, 6-unit residential dwelling. The violation of Article 10, Section 1, the limitation of area of accessory uses. Article 51, Section 8, use of a multifamily dwelling is forbidden. Article 51, Section 9, the building height is excessive. Article 51, Section 9, the building height number of stories is excessive. Article 51, Section 56, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 51, Section 56, off-street parking location in the front yard. And Article 51, Section 57, conformity with an existing building alignment. Name and address for the record, please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Alec Benelli from Colgini and Norton, 10 Forbes Road.
Go ahead, please. Tell us what's being proposed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are proposing to erect a new 4-story, 6-unit residence. The site is a 17,544 square foot lot, and the structure proposed is 11,373 square feet. The 6 units are all 4 bedrooms, 2 bathroom, and range in sizes of 1,502 square feet to 1,793 square feet. As stated, the property is located in Alston, in the Alston-Brighton zoning district, and specifically in a 1F5000 sub-district. The variances we are seeking, as stated, are both use and dimensional. As previously stated, the property is located in a 1F5000 sub-district. The parcel is 17,544 square feet. The assessors currently has it in their records as a 4 to 6 family, and we feel that the use is appropriate. Surrounding properties are 2 families, and the 2 properties to the right are multifamilies. This is a larger lot than the zoning calls. Building height, we were cited for building height excessive. The height of the building from the midpoint of the adjacent sidewalk is 27 feet 4 inches, which is below the allowed height of 35 feet. the property slopes to the rear and drops off at 9 feet 6 inches, and the roof of the proposed property also drops a story. The height of the building relative to the average grade exceeds the height allowed. The building height, we were also cited for building number of stories. It's as excessive. Due to the grade change, only 3 stories will be visible from the sidewalk. We were also cited for off-street parking. We are providing 13, and the zoning calls for 1.75 per unit, or 10. In addition, we were cited for off-street parking location in the front yard. This is an existing condition which would remain and is necessary to accommodate the number of parking spaces. And in addition, the location is at the request of neighbors in the community process.
So let me just backtrack for a minute.
Yes.
So you are okay on height, but you're over the number of stories, because it looks like it's a 4-story building, right?
Excuse me, with me is the architect, Ryan Noon. Ryan, were you trying to answer that? I thought I heard a voice. Yes, the in the rear of the property, as the property does slope, in the rear 4 stories are visible, but only from the sidewalk 3 are visible.
And can Colette, can you pull up the rendering from the street and pull up the parking plan so we can see what the dynamic is? Okay. Okay, so, okay. And can you pull up the rendering so I'm standing on the sidewalk, I know what it looks like? Thank you. Thank you. How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
The plans are fine, except for front yard parking that is shown on the plot plan. That would have to go.
I'm sorry?
I said the plans are fine, except for that they include front yard parking and that on Kenrick Street, and that would have to go.
Yes, so just as a comment to the applicant, at our last meeting, we saw another Brighton project that proposed almost exactly this. And I think since this is new construction, you can figure out a way to meet the parking requirement while not having parking or drop off or anything in the front yard.
Okay, Deb. Madam Chair, Bob D'Amico has spoken this one as well. He's denied based on the front yard parking.
Yes, and the BPDA has a comment, because I know Jeff texted me that he had to leave, that the BPDA has recommended approval with provisos that the free parking spaces in the front yard be removed, that the building be oriented, that the front entrance face the street, and as many mature trees on the property should be preserved.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
Yeah. Oh, Jeff, I thought you just texted me that you got to leave. Okay.
Yeah, a couple of minutes.
Okay, so, yes, and so that's on the record. Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board.
Yes.
In support of this proposal.
Your name and address, please?
Yes, sorry. Connor Newman, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services.
Thank you.
So we'd like to go on record of support of this proposal. We conducted a robust community process where they received support. So the first abutters meeting was held on September 5th. There was a lot of feedback from residents where I encouraged the applicant to have another meeting with neighbors, and that was done so, addressing a lot of their concerns. Primarily it was the orientation of parking. Residents were concerned about headlights flashing into their homes, which is why you kind of have this unique parking pattern set up on the premises. There was also just concerns about the nature of the building and how it looks. So they addressed those to make sure that the characteristics fit more in with the existing housing stock on that street. They went to the Brighton Allston Improvement Association, where they received their support as well. They received a number of letters of support. So we feel that this is an opportunity to update the existing housing stock in that area and to bring it up to code.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we have no letters of support, but 4 letters of opposition.
Thank you. And what's the opposition based on?
Density, front yard parking.
Thank you. Any representation from the City Councilor's office?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, this is Wayne Yeh from Councilor Liz Breeden's office. We'd like to go on record in opposition on the basis of the height of 4 stories, front yard parking, and green space with concerns of water runoff, given the grade of the site and hardscape for parking.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak on this project?
Yes, Ellen, you're unmuted.
Thank you. I'm Ellen Messer, 144 Lakeshore Road in Brighton. This is a very heavily foot trafficked area as well as a heavily automobile trafficked area. And I'm concerned about the increased density of residency and also the increased number of cars in an area where there's already insufficient off-street parking and the provisions have not been made for safe parking or safe egress from the property into the street.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Annabelle, you've been unmuted?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. They sent it to the BIA. They worked with the neighbors directly next door. The neighbors had issues with the water runoff because Brayton Road runs directly in a hill down into that property. They worked with keeping the berm for the property to protect the house next door, moving the parking on the side so it doesn't affect the house, and to also plant a green line of green trees and shrubs along the side. As for the front yard parking, we overlooked that only in this instance because it's more of a carriage lane. The house does not sit on Kenrick. There is a road that you enter in the driveway and you go behind the wall down below, and it also drives up to 2 other houses. So it serves as a carriage road, not a front yard, and there is no cars parked directly in front except on the other side of the road. If you want to remove them, that's fine, but they're not seen from the street at any point at all because there is a wall with a height and it's down below. So aesthetically, that isn't a concern for front yard parking. The house does have severe water damage, and he is addressing all of that. And neighbors seem to be in support, and we voted to support it.
Thank you. You know, anybody else to speak on this project?
No other raised hands, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Joe.
So I will say I'm looking at it on Google Maps, and after the last testimony, I do now see what they're taught. It's a little tough to see exactly on the maps, but I can ask, I guess, the attorney. So the building to the right of this house, they access their house and their parking by driving beyond the stone wall.
The access to the off-street parking is as existing, so yes.
And then even the neighbors need to drive on the other side of the stone, like in front of the current house to get to their house, to their driveway. So people drive like on the other side of that. There's like a road there.
I believe if I understand you correctly, yes.
Okay.
So the question becomes, why don't you consider moving the driveway then?
Is it possible to pull up the rendering or the drawings again? If possible.
My inclination is to send it to BPDA to solve all this, because this should have been solved before it came to us. So, so right by that bicyclist, we see a shadow of a house, of a building. Is that the access?
Sorry?
So if I'm looking at where that bicyclist is, that rendering of the bicyclist, I see a shadow of a house. Is that the access point for that building?
Yes.
Okay, so why wasn't there a proposed curb cut right there then?
The access is through the existing curb cut.
So you wouldn't, there is no, because honestly, I do believe that this front yard parking is an issue, and front yard tarring or tarmacking the front yard is an issue, and we need to figure out how to get beyond that, because this is one of these areas of Brighton that has a certain charm to it that could be preserved in some way. And I'm not sure this complements it.
Understood. We'll remove it.
But anyway, let's just figure this out. Can we have a motion, please?
Yeah, I will make a motion to approve with extensive BPDA design review, and the BPDA notes that Jeff outlined, or that you read that Jeff outlined, are pretty clear about the things that want to be reviewed. So I am confident that we're on the same page.
Is there a second?
Second, Tyrone.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. And just for clarification, our recommendations parallel those recommendations from the BPDA.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 979917, 56 Winship Street. This is a proposed new construction of a 9-unit multifamily dwelling. The violation, Article 51, Section 56, off-street parking requirements, Article 51, Section 8, use of regulations are forbidden, Article 51, Section 9, insufficient lot area per unit, Article 51, Section 9, excessive FAR, Article 51, Section 9, front yard compliance, the street wall alignment, modal, no street survey provided. Article 51, Section 9, insufficient rear yard setback. Article 51, Section 9, insufficient side yard setback. Article 51, Section 53, screening and buffer, none provided. And Article 51, Section 56, off-street parking loading requirement, 16 spaces is required. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago with Drago and Toscano with an address of 15 Broad Street, representing the owners of Kenwood Builders and Boris Kurtnov, the owners of 56 Winship. And we have Evan Stellman from Kalsa Design. As you can see straight from that rendering in front of you, that's the proposed building. And we're proposing to raise the existing structure, which is a 2-family, and erect a 9-unit building with 16 parking spaces on the interior of the building and on the exterior of the building. The lot size is 9,591 square feet. And just to go over the breakdown, you can see just...
So hold on, Counselor. What is the zoning in this district?
So it is a 2F 5,000, Madam Chair.
Okay, so if it's a 2F 5,000, means that what could you build as of right?
So you could build 2 units, that's it.
No, 2F, I forget my math.
2F 5,000.
I forget my math. I forget if it's, yeah. So you could build probably a three family, and so you're essentially tripling the account. Okay.
So we have a number of buildings around us that are, 4-story and 3-story. There's townhomes directly across the street in a condo complex. We have the largest lot in the immediate area at almost 10,000 square feet. Our basement plan, so our parking comes in on a 10-foot curb cut that's existing, goes down the ramp to the back of the property. If you, next slide, please, Madam Clerk. I don't know if we passed that already. Just to show you the parking. All of our parking is, if you go to the next slide, please, sorry. Yeah, right here, thank you. If you see, we come in through a curb on the left-hand side of the property line. We have 7 back spaces and 1 off to the right. And then all the additional spaces are on the inside of the property. The exterior spaces are 8'6" by 20. The interior spaces vary. They're 7 foot by 18. So some compact, and then 1 handicap accessible space at 20 foot 8 inches. That's all in the rear and in the inside. We also have common storage and bike parking on the basement level, and all of our electrical, mechanical, and sprinkler rooms housed there. As we go up to the first floor, these are all 2-bedroom, 2-bath with balcony, and they go from 1,039 square feet up to 1,269 square feet. And that shows you the interior parking plan. As we go up to the second level, 3 units again, we have 1 3-bedroom for family housing and 2-bath at 1,359 square feet. And then our other 2 units are 2-bed, 2-bath with balcony, 1,227 square feet and 1,187 square feet. Our third floor houses our final 3 units. We have 1 3-bedroom, 2-bath for family at 1,368, and then 2 2-bed, 2-bath at 1,227 and 1,187. There's no roof decks on this property, it's only balcony. The violations, to go over them, we actually removed our parking violation, working with the community, so we meet the 16 space requirement, and we actually took away our rear yard. We have a 40-foot rear setback. Our use, obviously 9 units, requires a use violation, a use variance. We have additional lot area required, so we've got an additional 4,591 square feet. You need an additional 1,500 per unit over the 2. Our FAR is 1.3. What's allowable is 0.8. And our side yard is 10 on one side, so we meet the 10 requirement, but we're 6'7" on the other. And our height, we are below the actual in feet requirement. We're at 31 feet, 35 is what's allowed in this area. We are at 3 stories, and this calls for 2.5. This is all deed restricted condos for home ownership as well, just to point out. And we worked for about a year with the community on this process.
You know, Jeff, I'm just feeling terrible today because it looks like this is a 2-family neighborhood, and all of a sudden we're seeing again, just Boston, 9 units being plopped into what's generally a 2-family neighborhood. I just looked it up on Google Maps, and it has a lower density value to it than this 9 units. And then as I looked at the plans as you were going through them, it feels like it's all just parking. It's just built out to the max. And there are a whole bunch of violations. This is a big project. And I'm not sure that, there's been enough of an argument why this built.
Madam Chair, respectfully, 1, we actually all around us, so if you look to the right is a 3F, 44 Winship 3F, 4 to 6 at 41-43. These are all lots that are 6,000 or 7,000 or 5,000 square feet.
Well, that may be true, but then it doesn't mean that, you know, these builders, Kenwood, just come in and just, you know, do, you know, lot line to lot line, max out, with no real true open space, no greenery. It just adds to the flavor that people in Brighton sometimes react to.
So, Madam Chair, respectfully.
Hold on. I'm not going to have an argument with you.
No,
I just want to find out from you, Mr. Ehrlich, how are the plans?
Again, you know, there must be a course being taught in architectural colleges these days of how to design 9-unit projects so they don't trigger the affordable housing requirement. Because this is, I don't even know what number of a 9-unit project we've had today. But it's a nice design. And I'm curious on this is the question for you, Jeff, for the architect. On A300, the elevation, what is the green screen?
On A300,
A300, if you look at the front elevation, there's a wall that separates the front elevation from the right side, and green screen. And in the rendering, also shows rendering.
Evan Stellman should be on this call. I know he's been here. If he could just answer that about the plans.
Is it okay to unmute, Evan?
Yes, please.
Colette, can you go to the top? Go to the rendering at the top.
Hi, this is Evan.
Yeah, so my question is, Evan, what is the green screen that is, and how is that, what are the materials and how is it being built?
So we're using a wire mesh material that would be held up about 8 to 12 inches from the facade behind it, and then an ivy would grow up there.
Okay. So that would have to be maintained, right?
Yes.
Okay. I know, Mr. Ehrlich, you had another question. I know you mentioned 9 units, so we were actually at a higher level, but did lower it.
Jeff, do not go there. I keep reminding you. I don't care if you propose something and came down. We are looking at from the base, and this is to every single attorney and architect out there. We're looking at base zoning and how you deviate from the base zoning. Because I look all around, there's 2.5 stories, and anyway, so Mr. Ehrlich, is your question answered?
Yes,
any questions from the board? Okay, is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Yes, Madam Chair, Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Sure. So we conducted the first abutters meeting for this proposal on August 22nd. It was well attended. There were some residents surprised with this, the proposed density, but the primary concern we heard over and over again was parking. So the applicant went back and took that into consideration and bumped up the parking volume. They also met with the BAIA as well. I asked to have another abutters meeting on November 19th. No one attended that one. And then they went back to the BAIA after hashing out back and forth. The BAIA really wanted deed restrictions to ensure that there was actual owner occupancy rather than investment properties. The applicant agreed to that. So on that record, after a robust community process, we want to support this. We think this is a good opportunity to bring more home ownership to Alston Brighton and to have some lifelong tenants, hopefully.
Madam Chair, the Secretary here, we have 1 letter of support and 1 letter of opposition.
Go ahead. Anybody else on the line to speak?
Yes, I have,
Yes, this is Wayne from Councillor Breeden's office. Would like to go on record in opposition due to excessive density, insufficient open space, and we've recently been contacted by direct abutters to the rear on Shepherd Street. who were concerned and just learning about the process. Unfortunately, there were language and communications barriers, and they are just getting caught up with the process.
Thank you. Anybody else?
A couple of raised hands. Madam Chair, Annabelle, you're unmuted.
Good afternoon, Karen Foley, Councilor Sabi George's office. We'd like to echo the sentiments of Councilor Braden's office and oppose this project. Thank you.
Annabelle, you're unmuted.
From the Brighton Austin Improvement Association, Madam Chair, members of the board. We voted to support this project. We had issues with the density on the project. They had support from a lot of the local neighbors who did want condo units to be built for residents to live there. And we negotiated for them to make sure that they're deed restricted, homeowner units only, and they agreed to do so. So we voted to support it. Thank you.
So, Annabelle, I don't understand how in the long term, you know, the designers and the lawyers are come and gone. How do we enforce this deed restriction? I mean, that ends up being the problem all over Allston Brighton, and that's why you have all this these continuing issues with students.
I agree with you, and that is one of the reasons I did speak to the attorney, because I did say that, you know, the board can't actually enforce this, and he did agree to record it at the registry of deeds. And that was one of my big concerns as well.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak on this project?
Yep, Cheng, you're unmuted.
Hello. Hello.
Please put your name and address on the record and tell us whether you're in support or in opposition, and the reason for your support or opposition.
咁就佢先俾你講下嘅。我係Jenny St， 我住喺2號 Shepherd Place。我反對呢個56號 Winship Street 從2個家庭改建9個家庭。 會嚴重影響到我哋呢個。
Hold on a minute. Can the translator please tell us what was said so far?
Hello.
I am the right. My name is William Chen, and I am representing Jenny Xie, resident of 2 Shepherd Place.
Okay.
Chen, resident of 2 Shepherd Place.
Okay.
Q Wang Li, resident of 3 Shepherd Place. A Yu Chu, resident of 99 Union Street. And Mei Zi, resident of 101 Union Street. These people listed are senior residents and homeowners. They oppose the project proposed at Ward 22, 56 Winship Street. This project is converting a 2-family home into a 9-unit building. They oppose this project because it will build out every inch of this property's backyard. It will change the streetscape and view of the street because too many units were built. This proposal will make the existing street parking problems exacerbated. Not only does this proposal violate many zoning codes, it will also put the health and safety of nearby residents under threat and create a bad precedent for the neighborhood. We cannot sacrifice their quality of life for an investor's profit. We ask the zoning board to reject this proposal and deny any waiver this project seeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else that we need to hear from? Any other raised hands?
Madam Chair, there are no other raised hands.
Okay, so given that information, may I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve reluctantly with BPDA design review.
Second, Tyrone.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I will go on record supporting the abutters in opposition because this project is taking families and building a 9-family and essentially tarring over the lot from end to end. So I am opposed to this project. Motion carries.
Calling the next two cases. Calling BOA 748-842, 47 Dighton Street. The companion case BOA 74850, 49 Dighton Street. This is a change of occupancy from a 2-family to a 3-family dwelling in existing condition. The violation is Article 51, Section 8. Basement apartments are forbidden. Article 51, Section 9, the location of the main entrance shall face the front lot line. And Article 51, Section 9, the usable open space is insufficient. Madam Chair and board members, the same is for 47 Dighton Street. It's the same purpose, and it's the same violations. Name and address for the record, please.
I don't see Brendan on the phone. I don't know if he's being represented by somebody.
Mr. Secretary, wasn't this case withdrawn?
No, it was not.
No.
Huh.
Is the applicant here? Is there anybody representing GCD Architects on this call? Okay, it was scheduled for 1 o'clock, or what time was it scheduled for? For 10? It's now 3:45. May I have a motion?
Motion for denial without prejudice.
Second, Tyrone.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Let's go to the interpretation.
Calling the last case of the day. Calling BOA 104-9396, 411 Adams Street. Name and address for the record, please. The petitioner seeks a determination that Inspectional Services Department erred in issuing a permit. Name and address for the record, please.
Okay, is Stuart on the line with Christina Wong? Stuart, I see your hand raised. I need you to put your name and address on your record, on the record.
I was muted, I'm sorry. I've just been unmuted. Which fire? 005.
You're breaking up, Stuart.
This is Stuart Schreiber. Office 05, Dorchester Ave.
While we go on to the next participants here, can you please fix your audio? I need somebody who is on the line representing the owner at 411 Adams Street.
Hello. Hi.
Are you the owner of 411 Adams
Yes.
Street? What is your name?
Yes. My name is Lee.
Okay. And are you represented by any attorney or anybody else?
Oh no, I'm representing myself.
Okay. Okay, so what we usually do with this interpretation is we hear from both parties. Is there a representative from ISD on this call?
Are we down at 1010 Mass Ave next Thursday? Yeah. 5 o'clock.
Yes, Madam Chair, Luis Santana from ISD is here.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Schreier, I'm hoping your audio is fixed and you're representing Christina Wong. Can you please put on the record why you believe this permit was issued in error?
Attorney Schreier's on mute right now. If we could unmute him, please.
Thank you. Hello, this is Stuart Schreier. I'm an attorney with an office at 1005 Dorchester Avenue in Dorchester. I represent Christina Vong, who's the next door neighbor to this property. Is anybody hearing me? Are you okay?
Oh, yes, sir. Perfect. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to give you just a very brief background. There was a store on 1,570 square feet of land. It was an 800 square foot store. Back in 2018, it was June 12, 2018, the board allowed an addition, which would be a two-story addition for two apartments, 1,233 square feet per apartment. So this became a three-story building, and it's on 1,570 square feet of land.
And what's the zoning?
The zoning is 2F6000.
Okay.
The store was a pre-existing non-conforming.
And the lot size, just for clarification, was 1573.
15, I've seen on the tax bill it says 1570, and on the plot plan it says 1576. It's probably right around it.
Okay.
So the problem is Christina Vong and Terrence Tran live next door. They built this right to the lot line of the house, the north lot line. The width from the house to the lot line is exactly the width of the air conditioning condensers. They've paved the entire lot line. The water runs onto their property. Any water on site runs onto their property. So at the time of the approval, Anthony Paisani was on the board. And if you see the video from June 12, 2018, so you don't have to watch the whole tape, from tape time 112 to 122, when the board voted to allow the project, Mr. Paisani said it's only 3 feet from the lot line. We're only allowing this because there's no openings on that back wall. Because you have a fire code violation if you have openings on a wall that's 3 feet from a property line. There has to be exterior sprinklers, there has to be special rated glass. And if you watch that tape, Mr. Paisani specifically said, in fact, I believe the chairman asked him, are the plans okay? And he said, well, it's really close to the lot line, which it's really close, but there's no openings in the wall, so he voted to approve it. The entire board voted to approve it. Then the applicant slowly but surely started putting in 3 doors. After they put in 3 doors, then they put in 4 windows. Then they came back on January 17, 2020 with a new alt permit, 1036779, to add in more windows on the back wall. It is so close to the Vong's house, and it just was approved based on there being no openings in that back wall.
Well, that is right. It is a building code violation. So so let me ask ISD, why wasn't there a stop order on those openings on that side of the building?
Madam Chair, I did review those plans, the plans that were previously approved for the original application, and as well the plans that were processed for the amendment. And that amendment is to add a window on the 3rd story. Now, the plans that are on record, approved by ISD, and our division, my division in particular, does not do inspections during the construction. We only review the plans and approve them. And the plans that we approve do not show any openings on the rear wall. The amendment to the application and the original plans shows opening on the north wall, and that wall, according to the plot plan submitted, is about 4.5 feet from the property line. That allows for 25% of the wall in area for openings. And moreover, the building is a sprinkler, which there is a note in the regulations that allow for limited openings within 3 to 5 feet to the property line if the building is a sprinkler. So my understanding is that the window added via an amendment to the plans does conform to the state building code for the percentage of openings.
Okay, hold on, Mr. Santana. Going back to you, Mr. Schreier. Was the openings your only issue, or was there something else?
Want me to share a picture with the board at this point? Like normally I'd bring a picture in. Is it possible if they allow me to share a picture so you can see how far the building is really from the lot?
Louis Santana states that it's 4.5 feet?
That is correct, Madam Chair, and we cannot use a picture in order to determine distances. If there is a discrepancy, the land surveyor has to confirm the exact distance from the property line.
Okay, so what I would like to have happen is Mr. Schreier and Mr. Lee, please submit any information, and ISD, submit any information that needs to be reviewed by the law department to the ISD office by Friday. And may I have a motion to have this referred to the law department?
I make a motion to refer this to legal.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
May I ask who would I ask to submit it to? Just so I have a name.
Submit it to the Board of Appeal office. Okay, okay. So motion carries. We cannot close this meeting because I understand the applicant for 749 having computer issues. However, that has been resolved. Can I just have the motion that was made on?
I'll rescind my motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The applicant for 749, please put your name and address on the record.
Brendan. Brendan, are you present?
Yes, speaking. Hello? Hello?
Listen, go ahead and put your name and address on the record and tell us what you're proposing.
Brendan Horty, I'm 29 Common Street, Watertown. I'm proposing to make those units legal in the basement apartment.
And when were they put in illegally?
They're existing. They were originally a game room, and I'm just trying to make them legal.
Okay, so it's basically was a game room, and now you're trying to convert it into a separate unit?
They are units unoccupied right now, and I'm trying to make them legal. I've met with the Connor Newman, the liaison for the neighborhood, and
how many? Excuse me. How have you been paying taxes on this?
Yes, I have.
Have you been paying taxes as a 2 or a 3?
I believe a 3.
I'm gonna just say that when the zoning for Alston Brighton was done, I was the neighborhood planner and worked very hard to get these basement units out of the neighborhood because of the occupancy by people who perhaps didn't know better, or by students. So I'm just going to put that out there before right now. How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
The plans are, I'm looking at them now. I just only recently got them. There are no dimensions on them, so it's a little, well, I mean, if I scaled them, I suppose I could figure out the dimensions. They seem pretty straightforward.
What's the floor to ceiling height in the basement space? Whoever's here representing the applicant.
Me, it's, I believe the ceiling height is 7'8".
7'8", and proposed size of that unit.
Yeah, I mean, there's no elevation, so. There's no way to verify that because there are no elevations. They're just the floor plans.
Okay. Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We to go on record support of this proposal. We conducted an abutters meeting on December 18th. No concerns were raised at the meeting. And then the gentleman went on to the Brighton Allston Improvement Association and received full support there as well.
Thank you. A representative from the City Councilor's office? Mr. Yee, are you on?
He's no longer on.
Okay, Annabelle?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Madam Chair, Annabelle Gomes from the Brighton Allston Improvement Association. The proponent proposed to legalize two units in the basement in separate houses that were existing for some time as proposed to the BAIA. Because they were existing and there were tenants there, we did support it. We would like it to be closed, but we did support legalizing the existing units.
Thank you. Any other hands raised?
None, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Given that information, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Tyrone.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? For the record, I continue to be opposed for any basement dwellings. The meeting is now adjourned. Board members, stay on for a minute, please.